Ladies and gentlemen, Merry Christmas 2020. And one thing only that I can assure you that's going to happen today is today's show will go down in the annals, not annals, of YouTube history. Because what I am and what I have been doing for the last 5 days with a group of my inner circle of friends is we have been deciphering some of what's been going on YouTube itself to try to make sense of it all. And to be honest with you, I'm getting opinions about things that people believed but never mentioned because they couldn't be sure until today. Well, until the last few days when this thing that has taken over parts of CEBU, what is known as an insidious CEBU virus, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of CEBU, because of the virus's huge upper body strength and tremendous arms and muscles. So we're going to define some names, including the insidious CEBU virus and why and what insidious virus means, because it fits this particular blooger. It's a BLOOGER, this particular blooger's MO, modus operandi, perfectly. There's no differentiation between the word insidious CEBU vlogger / the Joe Namath of CEBU because of his tremendous upper body strength and tremendous arms. There is no differentiation between the word sociopath, which is going to be used with a question mark thereafter, and psychopath, which is going to be used with a question mark thereafter, simply because to discern the difference is difficult without knowing the whole story. So I will give you the better parts of the story, but you should understand one thing and one thing only. If I, Michael Fazio, say this to you in a blog today, in a live stream, rest assured you should be unequivocally sure by now, after 10 years of no one being able to catch me in a lie or to prove that I was lying about anything. If I say something in today's live stream, you can rest assured not only is it true, but that I, Michael Fazio, with the help of several other people, have accumulated the proofs to back up my statements. So do not, under any circumstances, listen to these douchebags. And I don't mean to call them douchebags because they're not real douchebags, but people, bloggers that are in this for the fame and the glory, just, basically spewing out hate like one would spew out cheese whiz out of their ass like a Spider-Man show, spewing cheese whiz. But we're talking about some of these bloggers or some of these commenters. You have a piece of shit, just to give you a for instance. You have a guy, but I think this guy is a lot more than just a guy, or a lot less than a guy, in blogging from Sin City, for a month now. What is he doing in Sin City? So he will, of course, demean me, and of course he's going to say that he can prove I'm lying, but he has not done so yet. We are waiting for that evidence. But We have other shit healers. We'll call them shit healers. Like you have the hemorrhoid. The hemorrhoid just goes to everybody's channel back and forth all day for no real purpose other than to cause dissent and disharmony. And then you have a new piece of shit blogger, not necessarily a real piece of shit, like the kind of shit that comes out of a dog's ass, not like that kind of a piece of shit. We have another guy who on some live streams seems rational and on other live streams seems completely irrational. And that is the piece of shit, but not a real piece of shit, like a piece of shit that comes out of a dog's ass, not that kind of. And his name is Sam, S-A-M, San Seminole Travels. San Seminole Travels. And that guy is on every single vlog, just causing disharmony and dissent. So you should understand that there are people out there that this is their business to cause disharmony and dissent. Whereas I, Michael Fazio, am about to show you and explain to you the difference between reality and not reality. And you're not going to believe what the reality of this situation has amounted to. We all know who. Oh my God, Jack Thompson. Jack Thompson is going to be part of the show as, quote unquote, the Thompson maneuver, because he is making moves. But we're not talking about monetary moves. We're talking about insights that went out, that have been written about in my today's show notes. Jack Thompson had insights into what happened between, let me get this right so that you people hear it right for the first time. There is a man. His name is Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. That's Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. That's Warren, K, and then first name Warren, second name KUNTERSHULTZ. KUNTERSHULTZ. Let me show you what this live stream is about. It's about two people, three people. Well, two people, what seems to be human, but not so much so. But Warren KUNTERSHULTZ right here. And then, is he a sociopath with a question mark? Because you have to add that question mark, otherwise you're making a statement, and it could be taken as derogatory. Is he a traitor? With a question mark. Is he a liar? And why I'm kicking Warren KUNTERSHULTZ under a bus. Now, if you can't say that last name, it's a long name, many syllables. Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N, and the last name is KUNTERSHULTZ, K-U-N-T-E-R-S-H-U-L-T-Z, Schultz. And why we're kicking Warren KUNTERSHULTZ under a bus. And also, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, pretend friend. Now, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, here we are here. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ is pretending to be a man or a blogger named Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ. Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ. That's Liam, L-I-A-M, D-D-E, KUNTERSHULTZ. K-U-N-T-E-R Schultz. And last name, O'Carroll. It's O-C-C-R-R-L. And Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ, as you can see, is a distant relative or friend of Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, K-U-N-T-E-R Schultz, KUNTERSHULTZ. These two men are working together with a not so famous blogger who lies about everything. He's lied about everything. There's so many things he's lied about. It would take 1,000 live streams to talk about what he's lied about. But his most recent lie, this third party, this wannabe human, his most recent lie was, look at all these beautiful shirts I bought for my help around the house. That was about a week and a half ago in an upload. Then about a week ago, look at these beautiful shirts that my partner bought for me. Look how much she loves me. However, what I believe those shirts were bought for were for family members, and that's fine. It's Christmas. But I believe this because you don't see this so-called wannabe famous blogger giving the shirts out to anybody. You only see them sitting on the couch. So that's why I say that the man is just slightly less than 100% trustworthy. And I say that tongue in cheek. So let me go through the definition of psychopath and sociopath so that you'll understand how you can discern if Warren Kuntershultz, that's Kunter Schultz, is possibly a sociopath, which is what Blue Rose has come to the conclusion of before I even wrote the notes for this show. Pretty much guaranteed a traitor, but we'll give him a question mark anyway. So, and definitely a liar, but we give him the question mark for the benefit of the doubt. Basically, it's for some good humor, because it's not going to get pretty in a few minutes. This is going to get very, shall we say, ugly. So let me go back to my, we have Scott Del Fuego and Dennis Adam. Okay, let's say hello. He's saying hello. What, Jack Thompson is going to pull a Thompson maneuver. It's like in Star Trek where they pull the Riker maneuver and they did something with the ship. Jack Thompson is going to do a Thompson maneuver and explain some things to you that he has believed probable for the last 3 years. And because we are friends, and he thought that Warren Kunter, Kunter, Schultz, Warren Kunter Schmidt and Jack and I and Scott and Dennis and Blue Rose and Carl and several other people that I won't mention their names, being that Jack thought that Warren Kunter Schultz and Schmidt or whatever, and his buddy Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ, that he thought we were all friends, but the Thompson maneuver is going to come in. Jack Thompson said he had his doubts, and that Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ was working with house money, monopoly money, credit, plastic. So that's going to be the Thompson maneuver, is when I explain that part of today's dissertation. Now, Go Bobo sister, you're a piece of shit. You're an actual piece of shit. In other words, in my opinion, you've been all over the internet for the last 3 or 4 days. You've never shown your face. And when this dog here, who's yet to be named, when this dog shits, what comes out of this dog's ass is a Go Bobo sister. Because you have demeaned me, you piece of dog shit, Go Bobo sister, in my opinion, disclaimer. You have demeaned Daisy May for no fucking reason at all, other than the fact that whoever or whatever you are, man or woman, successful or not successful, professional troll, or just plain old filled to the brim prophylactic with nothing but fucking rotten sperm, Go Bobo sister. You have been all over live streams for the last 5 days, demeaning myself, and Daisy May. For no fucking reason, you bring Daisy May's name up into the chat window. Why? Because I'm telling you that I believe that Go-Go Bobo's sister is a piece of shit that will come out of a dog's ass like this. That's my opinion. Why are you doing that? Who gives a flying shit about you anyway? And the reason you hide your face, Go-Go Bobo's sister, because in real life, shit would probably happen to you if anybody knew who you are for the shit you post on YouTube and in the community. So whoever blocked Go-Go Bobo's sister, you have been a piece of shit disseminating lies, half-truths, and talking about people that have nothing to do with Michael Fazio, the insidious CEBU virus, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of CEBU, because of his massive chest and shoulders and arms. And you're mentioning an innocent woman named Daisy May, who hasn't been part of my life or my show for 18 fucking months. And because you are such a mean, malicious scumbag, lying piece of shit like a piece of shit that comes out of a dog's ass like this, a little tiny piece of shit that you are. You're on the Chi Corsair show talking shit about people. You're on my show. What was the other guy's name? You're on the Passport TV talking shit about people. You were on you were on the Insidious fucking Viruses show, the Insidious Virus of Cebu show, talking shit about people. The Insidious Virus, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of Cebu, because of his massive chest and shoulders. Go-Go Bobo, you are a piece of fucking worthless shit. You've never had the courage to show your face, and you're all over the internet starting shit because you are shit, in my opinion. There you go. Now, thank you for blocking that piece of fucking dog shit, Go-Go Bobo. Not even real shit. Dog shit you are. So, John Escape has a theory as well. Most of my close friends have theories. We have Dennis Adams in the house. Thank you for stopping by, Scott. Scott wants some coal. That was a nice ham that you had. That I remember the name of that. Virginia ham. Scott had Virginia ham for Christmas dinner with pineapple slices on it, and I didn't see if there were any of the peppercorns that were stuck in there or not. But we don't have a product called Virginia ham here in the Philippines. But even if I did, I don't have an actual stove, an oven to cook it. But I thought that was so cool. Brought back so many memories of Christmas, Easter, sometimes Thanksgiving. Basically the holidays. Thank you. Jack Thompson hits me hard with not quite ready for a Thompson maneuver. I'm only up to like my third note. And John Escape, well, they're going to do this. They got to do that. Well, we get the pot. We're going to bang a pot. We got to bang a pot. We're going to bang a pot with a blue spoon today because I see colors on my screen. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Salamat. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to you. Because of all you generous people, about 20 people in the local neighborhood got some small treats. Thank you very much. Although the locals don't know who you are, and you might get to meet the locals one day, The locals, they're as appreciative as the locals could be. Might as well talk about that for a minute. I tried to explain it to my Patreon members. I wrote a little story about how it is here with the Christmas gifts, and thank you for the super chat. And all of my last two shows, all of that money went to the gifts for the locals, which was, it was 3,000 pesos in the last show, 58 US dollars, less my 3% that I have to pay the BIR. And then all the previous shows, and then a little bit more, because there were 22 bottles of rum, of which I still have 7 bottles. And there were 22 kilos of sauce, of which there's about 9 kilos, 8 or 9 kilos left. They're in a 5-gallon bucket. And there's about 10 kilos of spaghetti left, because the people I wanted to give that to were visiting relatives in a different place. Now, I still have 1.5 bags of candy, about 600 pieces of candy. So close to 2,500 pieces of candy have been given out. So altogether, the rum was 1,200 pesos per case, and there were 2 cases. That's 2,200, because there was 2 short. Second case was 2 short. 2,200 pesos in rum. The same in spaghetti, that's 4,400. The same in sauce, roughly it's 100 pesos per kilo. So that's 6,600, and 3,000 pesos in candy, about 9,600 pesos. And I also gave away 10 kilos of rice, which was another 500 pesos, about 11,000 pesos in free stuff. Now, the reason I mention this is because if you gave out 1 million pesos, it wouldn't be enough. Now, I had to pick the time early Christmas morning to disperse some of the gifts that you see in one video that I have. And there's a reason for that. Okay. Now, of the 5 people that were there, if you have no idea how these people are. Forget about the fact that they believe foreigners were put on earth to give them free shit. That's a fact. And it's nice when foreigners do that, but I only give to the people I know. And that's typical. But they actually believe that no matter what you give, it's not enough. And I'll explain that momentarily. So there was one man who you're going to see in that video. He's on the left-hand side of the screen. We're only talking like at 10:30, 10:45 in the morning. He was so drunk that he couldn't talk. Of course, he's been drunk for 6.5 years, but basically he's perpetually drunk. But here's what the Philippines people did to their own kind yesterday in that video after I shut it off, after I shut it down and was going to my next stop, like play Santa Claus. In the beginning of the video, you're going to see the man who's holding up the spaghetti and the rum. He gets his own spaghetti and his own rum because he's been a good friend for about 6.5 years. But he said, who should we divide up the 8 kilos of rice to? He said, who should we divide up? Divide it up 4 ways? And I said, no, there's 5 people there. Yeah, but 4 ways divided up? So I said, no, 5 ways the rice. Because the rice, I'll show you. I had 2 of these. These are about 7 kilos in each container. It's about 7 kilos. And this is the good rice. This is not the cheap rice. This rice is like $10 for 5 kilos. It's 5 kilos is, excuse me, it's $255. It's $1 a kilo. $5 for 5 kilos, but 5 kilos only comes up to here. So when I put this, now the woman named Indi, you're going to see in the video, I said, you didn't get sauce or spaghetti last year, because whoever is there at that place, when I go to give, I give whatever I have, and then that's it. There is no more for that group of people. I don't care that they come the next day or they come at night knocking on the door. I don't care about any of that. So Indi said, we will split it 4 ways, the rice. And I said, no, 5 ways, the man who was drunk. Now, they were all willing to cancel his cut out. So what I did is I went home. I'll show you. Okay, I don't know where they are. Oh, here they are. Inside these big bags of candy, are about 15 small plastic bags. There's more somewhere else in there. About 15 of these little plastic bags. So I went home and got 15 bags out of that I had on the shelf for the rice, but I forgot the bags. So what I did was I made Indy, because she was the one, she took the whole jug. She took the whole jug after the camera went off. And she put the jug in the corner of where everybody was sitting and then threw her shirt on top of it. Now, she would have taken it all home. And she's done that before. Now, it doesn't bother me because it's like a hierarchy here. So I said to her, what are you doing? She goes, yeah. I will go home and bring it back. She won't, though. She will not do that. She will keep it. And no one will say anything. So I went home and got the plastic bags. And I made her hold the bags. While the bags were being filled up, people were driving by on motorcycles that I don't even know, that I never even saw before, that I don't know their face, their name, they don't live locally, they don't live on the block, they're just driving by for whatever reason. They were stopping to get whatever was being given out. And the first woman that got there, I kind of knew who she was, but I don't know her name. She's not my friend. She's not my enemy. She's just somebody I know her face. She grabs like 5 bags of rice, 5 of these bags of rice. I guess it's a little less than a half a kilo in each bag. She grabs 5 of them. Yeah, here's what it looks like. She grabs 5 of these little bags like this. Now, this is, I fill them up to about here so that you could tie it off. So in here is almost like a little bit more than half a kilo, or about whatever it is, whatever's in here. But I had like 15 bags. She grabs 5 of these bags and she starts handing them out to people I don't even know. When there are people that I know that are that have come to the area where I was at, and I grabbed them and I said, what are you doing? She's going, you give. I said, I don't know these people. You give. You give. She's not asking. She's demanding I give to people I don't even know, and she doesn't know, because she expects me to go get more. So I took the bags. I told those people, you go away. Humana, go away. Humana. Delete. Delete. Dilly Lang, go away. No more. So they left. So now, so there's still those 5 people. Then there's the woman who grabbed the bags that I took the rice away from, who I know who she is, but she's not my friend. I mean, you can't give to everybody. So she grabs 3 bags after I put them down, and she starts to walk away. And I said, no, you cannot do that. You will take 1 bag. She goes, my family. I said, I don't care about your family. I don't even know you. So the man that was there, Felix, he explained to her in Versailles, you take 1 bag. She brought the other bag back. But they are willing to take everything. And when she took them and walked away, at that point, she had never said thank you. So I said to Felix, she didn't even say thank you. So he made her say thank you in Versailles. They just take without saying thank you. And I'm not being an asshole. I'm just telling you how it is here. I'm telling you that they will take. She was giving stuff away to people that she didn't even know. I don't have that much foods for people. And even if I did, I would just give more to the people that are my friends. So with that, there were one bottle of rum went to Felix. 1 bottle of rum went to the area where the people were drinking. 1 bottle of rum went to another friend of mine. But you got to understand something. It's 10:30, 10:45 in the morning. These people are freaking drunk on Christmas morning. Everybody is drunk at 10:30, 11 o'clock Christmas morning. I don't even understand that. Okay, so we get through the gifts for that area there. Well, I walk away and I have 2 more 5-gallon buckets. When they saw the 5-gallon buckets with the foods in it, and I walk away, and I got people walking up behind me. Michael, you give. I don't even know the people. The people that I gave to told people I didn't know my name, and they walk up behind. Now, this is how they do it. And I'm giving you this a blow by blow. They walk up from behind you. They don't walk up in front of you and say, please give. They walk up from behind you, say, Michael, you give. You give me spaghetti. You give me sauce. So I turned around and I said, no, there's no more. Yeah, you have. You give. I'm not giving strangers food. I don't have that kind of resources. Plus, I'm only going to give to about 20 people, and they are the people whom I consider my friend. So I go to my next stop, which would have been the elderly woman that you're only going to see on my Patreon account, and the children there and their parents. And I have people that want foods. Again, they want, but there's just not enough. So what they do, the people that you know a little bit, they come up behind you again. They say, Michael, we are neighbors. You give me, just me, you give secret. We will not tell anybody. But like 50 people will ask you that question. So this is what it's like living in the Philippines. Now, of course, they're hungry. Of course, they're not working, but they all have money for alcohol. By 10:30 in the morning, they're all enamored. All of them, everybody except the elderly lady and the children and myself. It's an amazing thing living here. And they've been drunk all week. And they're going to be drunk until after New Year's. How that happens, I don't know. So this morning, I went to give gifts. And I had 1 kilo of spaghetti and 1 kilo of sauce in the bucket and 1 bottle of rum. And one of the men that were at the party that I went to yesterday, just a very small private party, said that you give me spaghetti. So I said, you can either have spaghetti and sauce, or you can have rum. Now, he has 3 children and a wife, and his choice was rum at 9 o'clock in the morning. So what he's planning, this is his plan. His plan is to take the rum and then to come back later or tomorrow and say, give me spaghetti. I just won't do that, though. I gave him a choice. It's an amazing thing. So, whoop, oh my God. So when 22 bottles of rum on the wall. Oh, now I just wanted you people to understand. And I wrote a long dissertation. I wrote this out in a long dissertation on my Patreon page. Merry Christmas. This is what it's like to live in the Philippines. This is what it's really like to live in the Philippines. Now, one more thing I'll add that I put in the dissertation is that 3 months from now, 3 weeks from now, or 3 days from now, let's say I needed help to move something heavy. Let's say I wanted to move a jet ski, which I'll use this as an example. And let's say I want to move the jet ski 100 feet up a hill, and I can't do that by myself on a trailer. Well, I'll need one other person. They'll grab, I'll say, Leo, you will help me and maybe get one more man, because 3 of us makes it really easy. And then I would give them 50 pesos each, which is like an hour's wages for about a minute's work. Well, Leo will go away and grab 5 people, knowing that I need help to move the jet ski. This is a real factual thing that happened. So when Leo got back with 5 people, now it's Leo and 5 more men, which makes 6, or a gnome. 6 is a gnome in Visaya, and myself, 7. I only need myself and 2 people. I said, well, look, I'll give you, because I was going to give Leo and one of the men 50 pesos. No. I'll give you 100 pesos. We move the jet ski. No. What do you mean, no? It's only going to take a minute. With all of these people, I won't even have, I'll have to hold them back. No, you give 200 pesos each man, you give. I said, no, I will give you nothing. Then I will give you 100 pesos to move the jet ski. No. They just say no. No. So I'm standing there with the jet ski. This is a long time ago when I first got the jet ski. And an elderly man and woman. The man was 74. The woman was 46 or 44. She was 44. They walked by and said, what's up? I says, I want to move this jet ski, but they want 1,200 pesos. And the guy goes, don't give them anything. And they helped me. The woman and the man helped me. On the flat ground, I was perfectly okay with it. But going up the hill, I could not pull it up the hill. It was just, the thing weighs 900 pounds. So this is what it's like here. They believe that it's your job to just give. You give. They don't say please. And very rarely, unless you're holding on to whatever it is in your hand, do they say thank you. They just don't have that. Now, the children that you're going to see videos of, they have to line up in a single file. Otherwise, they'll keep telling you they did not get candy. So if you just give out candy haphazardly, each child will get 2 pieces, right? 2 pieces is reasonable. 3, it's not good for them anyway, but then they'll walk away and they'll come back and say, you give, because there's like 12 kids. How do you remember? So right now I have them trained. They have to get in a single file. They have to say, Polyhold candy, which means please give me candy. I give them the candy. They have to say, Salamat. And then I say, you go over there. And they go over to the side. I got them trained. You're going to see this in an upcoming video. This is an amazing place to live. Now, one more thing, and then we're going to get back to my show notes. And we're going to go to the super chat, and we're going to say thank you. One more thing. The scenario I just described to you is what they call systemic throughout the Philippines. It makes no difference where you are, and it makes no difference of the wealth of the people that are trying to get something from you. If they're rich, they will try to get something. The one woman that came to me privately after I gave to these people and then the other people, she came to me privately, give me spaghetti. You give me spaghetti. You give. She has a sari store. She has 7 sons. 3 of them have motorcycles. 2 of them have cars. She owns the most beautiful house on the block of any Filipino, and she wouldn't give you a discount. Like if you once I had to buy 7 beers for friends of mine on the beach, so she charged me 85 pesos per beer, which is without 7 quarters. It was reasonable. That was reasonable. Then she charged me a deposit on that, and she made a mistake. She charged me too much. And when I said to her, oh yeah, okay. So she'll do that to you also. So I said, no, there's no spaghetti for you. She got upset. So they get upset. If you don't give and they ask, they get upset. They don't deserve it. She's not my friend. Believe me when I tell you she's not my friend. She's not my enemy. She's just my neighbor that I don't associate with. But she will be the first person there to grab something for free, even though she has more than any other Filipino on the block, and she will give no one anything. She doesn't even give out a single piece of candy. When I walk past her sari store, she tells the children to run out in the street and ask me for candy. And when I say I have no candy, she walks outside the gate of her sari store and says, you buy candy from me. You buy candy from me. So she wants me to pay 400 pesos. She wants me to pay 50% more for candy from her than I would buy it in the store. But she sends the children out to tell them to give me candy, and then she comes out and says, you buy the candy from me. These people have no, what we would call morals. They don't have that. They have the drive to earn money. She's trying to earn money. She's being an entrepreneur for sure, but she will actually try to drum up the business by sending the children out into the street and then coming and offering her services. But she would never give a child a piece of candy, ever. That never happens. I asked the children. I asked the adults, does she ever give the candy to the children? No, nobody that owns a sari store gives even 1 piece of candy to the children. Now we're going back. Frozen, okay. All right, you guys are banging. You guys are doing me an injustice here. Hold on. I'll take a bottle. All right, hold on. I see. First, let's sing Rainbows, and then we'll go back to my notes about the insidious virus in Cebu, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of Cebu. Here we go. Jack Thompson is gonna pull the Thompson maneuver. John escape, I see blue. I see John escape, I see two. I see John escape, I see three. And I should mention, John Escape has purchased a 110 volt water distiller that is being shipped to Leyte, Philippines, and then that will be transferred to another packing box and sent to me for Christmas. Thank you, John Escape. And that's quite an expensive gift. So we will say thank you for that, John Escape. Now Scott says Virginia ham was Christmas Eve. And damn good right now. I feel like a python after eating a bunch of prime ribs. I think New Year's will be a rack of lamb. Then I won't eat for 6 months, says Scott Del Fuego. And John Escape for Christmas Eve had a roasted leg of lamb with real mint jelly, nice, and a whole lot of everything else. That is really cool. That's cool. Thank you for sharing your Christmas dinner. And we have a rainbow. Let me go through the rainbow and then we'll go back up. It looks like a rainbow. Merry Christmas to my neighbors. This will cover the costs. I thank you very much to do this for me and my neighbors, even though they will never know your names. I am sure that they will remember to ask for more. More. Salamat. So let's get through the comments and we'll go back to the insidious virus of CEBU. And we're going to talk about Warren Kuntershultz and Liam D. Kuntershultz. Because these two guys, they've been terminated from my life for sure. And I don't know why Warren Kuntershultz has done what he did. He's been lying. He befriended an insidious virus in CEBU, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of CEBU, because of his huge upper body strength and muscular arms. I don't know why this happened, but I got notes. And I'll put the notes in the comments section of this video so that you can see how much work I have in these notes and who believes what and why. Scott says, the Virginia ham was good Christmas Eve and damn good right now. I feel like a python after eating a bunch of prime rib. I think New Year's will be a rack of lamb, and then I will not eat for 6 months. John Escape had roasted leg of lamb with real mint jelly for Christmas. Scott Del Fuego of $10. Very generous. Thank you, Scott. 22 bottles of rum on the wall. 22 bottles of rum. Take one down and pass it around. Fazio still doesn't drink, so still 22 bottles of rum on the wall. No, I first of all, this stuff that they call rum here, this is what everybody drinks. Let me show you. I'll show you what a bottle of rum looks like. A bottle of rum costs $2.16. And this stuff, it gives you a headache. It's beyond description, the headache it will give you. And this is what the Filipinos drink because this is what they can afford, like a bottle of tequila. Let me show you what it is. And I'm also going to show you on the box that it comes in, and people have tried this. You're not even allowed to take this crap out of the country. You can't bring it on a plane. You can't put it in a suitcase, not legally. And you can't import it as a commercial import company, like a customs broker. If you wanted to import Panduai rum, this stuff is lethal. If you wanted to import this Tanduay rum, dark or light, and you lived in, say, Germany or England. Now, one of my ex-landlords that the insidious virus sent mail to as to get me in trouble with the building department, which is known as unjust vexation. He tried to start a little side business, and he was going to import this rum into England. There were two people that were going to get involved with it. Somehow they wanted to import several cases as a test. And they went to whatever you would have to do. They tried to do it legally. And this rum cannot be exported out of the Philippines, at least to England, because of whatever's in it is not allowed to be sold. I don't know what's in it. Doesn't really say. It just says a product of the Philippines, the Republic of the Philippines. Doesn't get, but it's 80 proof. So they figured that if they could buy this for $2 a bottle, which it was a lot less then, it was like $1.80 a bottle, they could sell it for $10 a bottle and make a profit. But you're not allowed to export this stuff from the country. I don't know why. I don't know what's in it, but that's a fact, Jack. Thank you, Scott. John Escape, I'll take a bottle. So if you drink that, me personally, the headache. So it's 80 proof and it's $2 a bottle for 750 milliliters. Now, if you buy vodka or tequila, it's 36 proof and it's $6 a bottle. So you'd have to pay $12 a bottle, $12 for the same amount of alcohol as you get for $2 for rum. But it doesn't give you so much of a headache, but it does give you a headache. It's cheap shit. But if you buy a bottle of, I know that, let's say you wanted a bottle of Chivas Regal, that stuff will cost you whatever it would cost you in America plus 50%. The top shelf stuff is the cost of what it is in foreign countries plus 100% import or 50% import, depending on what country it comes from. Scott says, people are horrible. They really are. Yes, they will steal from their own. I mean, and it wasn't even behind anybody's back. And there's no pride at all. The man who was drunk, he got nothing. After I left, he didn't get any rice. I also left them about 100 pieces of candy. Well, not all to the same person. I put 20 pieces of candy, maybe to Felix, and maybe 60 more pieces of candy I gave out. But that guy he wanted candy, and I gave them two candies to put in his hand, and that woman, I put one piece of candy in his hand. And he was so drunk he wouldn't know anyway. I mean, I don't, he's drunk now. He was drunk yesterday. He was drunk last week. He was drunk when I met him 6 years ago. But they are mean. Flywoods, kids in the province now give kids in the provinces, says Flywoods. This is Flywoods 1. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by, Flywoods. People that live here will confirm what I say. They're not gonna deny my words. Flywoods says, kids in the provinces now, give me your money. Or give me money. No please and no thank you if you give it to them. Just give me money, and they put their hand out like this. Give me money. Give me money. It's like, no, I'm not going to give you money. You say please. Now, if you give I don't give children money at all. Never did I ever give a child a peso. I will give the Christmas carolers money. but not the children Christmas carolers. The adults will get like 100 pesos. I haven't seen any this year, but last year the adults would get 100 pesos for a group. However, the children, if you gave them, let's say there were 5 children and you gave the children 30 pesos, 5 pesos each, they will just go buy 30 pieces of candy. They will not buy anything but candy with it. So you might as well just give them 2 or 3 pieces of candy, which is what they want anyway. But the children have no, there's no like, I'm going to take this money home and save it. That's not, it's not in their lexicon. It's not in Filipinos' lexicons to save money. If you give them something, they have to get rid of it right away. The one exception is Felix. He will take that shit back to wherever he lives, and he will sip that rum. he was sipping yesterday. He came by last night over to Nani's. But yeah, so, but they will just say, give me money. So, and it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. They just expect you to give. They don't care. They want you to give them something. Whether they need it or not, they will take it. Thank you, Flywoods. John Escape. The Golden Corral Buffet. Oh, my God. I haven't seen the gold. That's down in Homestead. There's a Golden Corral. I remember those. The Golden Corral, actually, I did eat there quite a few times, the buffet. I had a thing I would do with the salad. I liked the unlimited crispy bacon with the Italian cream dressing and the roasted beef. I like that. Thank you. So John Escape, welcome Flywoods. Okay, so they're saying hello to each other. Dennis Adams. New Year's is a bigger celebration in our house in the Philippines. I think they will be butchering a pig. Lots of food and lots of people. Told them I want some video footage of it so I can post it on YouTube. So, yes, New Year's is a big day, but not typically as big as Christmas. Now, the party that I went to yesterday and published privately, in the entire house, when I got there, well, in the morning, there were about 12 or 13 people. Typically, that woman would feed somewhere between 200 and 400 people. For the fiesta, for the passing of her husband, they have a big party. And then Christmas also, and New Year's also, but not this year. It's just not possible for them to make that happen. They just don't have the money to do that. And typically that one woman is responsible for giving everybody. You've seen it in my previous videos on Patreon. She will feed 400 or 500 people in a day. Not this year. It's not going to happen. So New Year's is a big day, but this year there won't be New Year's as like we had in the past. Scott Del Fuego. Talking to Flywoods, one, your girlfriend is as cute as a button. John Escape confirms, yep, New Year's is huge in the Philippines. Scott's asking one of those crazy questions. Dennis, does someone live in your house when you're not there? I would imagine that quite a few people live in the house when he's not there. John Escape Fireworks says, I love fireworks. They put a moratorium on fireworks this year in most of the Philippines, John. No more fireworks. Not to be sold to the public. I'm not sure about commercial fireworks. That it says mom, sister-in-law, and nephew. I would be remiss if I didn't say I believe you. But For the size of the house that Dennis Adam has in the Philippines, I'm thinking 75 people would fit in that house. John says fireworks in the Philippines are cheap. They are, but they also now have become illegal this year. I don't know why. Let's see. Where are we? We are here. Okay, well, we have a bunch of deleted messages. I did not delete any messages. Oh, yeah, you know what? I did, by accident. Sorry about that. Sorry about it. I pushed the wrong button. I apologize, John. Okay. So, message deleted. View deleted message. Remove, report, add as a moderator. Let's just add you as a moderator. This way, that won't happen again. You should, and your views should triple. Flywoods, John Escape, got to get off my arse and upload more. I haven't seen Flywoods since, well, a long time ago. I won't mention whose show I remember you being on a regular basis. Okay, so why is John Escape still hidden? How did I delete his message? By accident, it was for sure. I'm sorry, John. I don't know how to get it undone. Jesus. Pin message, report, remove. Put user in timeout, hide user, remove as moderator. But it won't let me make you. It won't let me show the message. I see the message, but no one else can. Sorry. I never delete. Freaking, I don't know how that happened. So John Escape says fireworks in the Phils are so cheap to buy. It's insane, but not allowed anymore. Louis Paganpons. That's how it is here, Louis. Louis says you can't squeeze blood from a rock. I hold on to whatever I give anybody until they say thank you. They might not say please. They might get away with please, but before I let it out of my hand, I make them say thank you. And they do so, I don't know, I don't think it's unwillingly. They do so with, like, why am I saying thank you? It's your job to give me shit for free. That's the truth, Louis. I'm not being an asshole. Scott, Dennis Adam. Oh, cool. Family estate. Louis Paganpots. What a perplexing paradigm. It appears the majority of Filipinos are known to be hospitable people, but not a grateful people. Yeah, you got it. You have to live here to understand this. I mean, I'm not, I'm not opposed to telling you the truth, but I could tell you 1,000 stories to confirm what I said. Some of them I have on video, some of them I don't. I don't post it if it's on video and when I catch it happening, but it's an amazing place. There's just a few people that I have that I'm here. All right, so in yesterday's video, you see Felix, right? Now, Felix and I have been pretty close friends for maybe 6 years, a solid 6 years. Never an argument, always friendly, always stop and chat with one another, always a kind word. So Felix knows Christmas, he gets something, a bottle, and he gets some foods, and he always gets candy all year. So Christmas Eve, Felix walked by my house 8, 9 times that I noticed when I was out in the yard. And Christmas morning, several times. So when I went outside with my buckets of cheer, he walked over to the house and said, "Merry Christmas, Michael," because let me tell you why he did that. Of course he's saying Merry Christmas. And of course, like I said, he's always been my friend. He wanted to make sure he got his gift, because he knows that his personal friends and everybody that was waiting would take his gifts. He knows that. So I said, we will go over there to the barangay. And he goes, and we walked over there together, and that's when I made the video. That he knows that they will take his stuff. They will. And these are people that I've been friends with them for 6 years, but Felix has been friends with them for 35 years. But they'll still take his stuff. Jack Thompson hits me with a super chat, a cabbage turkey front. So I didn't have any money for myself this year. So what I had to, for foods, for pork or for Virginia ham. So Scott and Jack last week, they suggested that I take a head of cabbage and I hollow out the head of cabbage and chop up the part I hollow out, put a little salt and pepper in there and stuff the cabbage like a turkey. So what I had for Christmas was stuffed cabbage with cabbage and salt and pepper. Things are bad. Thank you for reminding me, Jack Thompson. John says, sounds like Nancy Pelosi. Oh, God, she's a piece of garbage. Frozen cabbage says, oh, my God. Frozen cabbage turkey patties. What shit food that is. I know who he's talking about. He's talking about the insidious virus of CEBU. Eats frozen turkey patties. That's all chemicals. So I wouldn't eat that shit. I remember when I was a kid, my mom bought Swanson's TV dinners and the turkey dinners. You know, once a week, sometimes we'd have that just as to break up the week so she didn't have to cook. But I don't know what was in it then. But in today's frozen foods, I wouldn't eat anything that was frozen. I don't care what it is. Frozen cabbage. So I know Scott is being facetious because there's an insidious virus out there that eats nothing but freaking processed foods. That stuff is really bad for you. And talking about the insidious virus, when I wake up in the morning, I have 2 8-ounce glasses of water. And before I'm done with the second glass, I'm ready to hit the head for a regular bowel movement. I just want to share that with you. I don't need any Metamucil or cabbage or anything. My body, I'm a regular guy. There's somebody trying to act like he was a regular guy, but because he eats Metamucil, he gets everything a little wrong. Anyway, Dennis says, Scato Fuego. Dennis says, it's a Filipino family, you know. I don't mind, actually. I'm not proud or ashamed when bathing. If they want to stand and watch, fine. The Philippines, that one of my subscribers on Patreon found that interesting, that Filipinos will bathe in front of other people, foreigners or not foreigners. Like if they're bathing on the side of their house and you walk by, I don't watch, but I mean, if if I see something move out of the corner of my eye, they won't wave to you, but they don't shy away from being naked. And that goes for men or women. It's an interesting, they're just not so concerned. It's part of life. Getting naked and bathing is just part of their lifestyle. They're not embarrassed like that. Dennis is true. Now, they know Louis Pagan-Ponce, the fedora. The fedora means that I'm speaking the truth. And the number 42 means I know everything. That's part of the movie. Where what does the number 42 stand for? It stands for all the knowledge of the universe. See, I have all the knowledge. No. The people here know I work hard for a living. Scott Del Fuego, cheap cabbage stuffing for a cabbage turkey dinner, baby. It's better than some of the stuff that I'm sure they eat. This being since the lockdown, I will tell you that more people are climbing coconut trees for coconuts, for the food sustenance, and there are less coconuts on the trees, but they don't take all. They take what they need to eat for the day, and then they let the rest of it get ripe. They won't ravage the trees. They'll just take what they need for their family for the day. John Escape. Why is John Escape still hidden? I don't understand it. I can't unhide you. Okay. It's the internet. John Escape is back. No, I can see your message now, John. Okay, apparently those messages. LaRue Seagrass, welcome to the machine. Thank you, LaRue. I got to get back to my notes here. LaRue Seagrass is a wonderful lady. If you're not subscribed and you want to watch a Filipina blog, LaRue Seagrass is my suggestion. Everybody loves LaRue Seagrass. There is not a single one of our inner circle of friends that doesn't love LaRue Seagrass. So I'm going back to my notes, okay? Actually, I hit the bottom. Louis Pagan-Ponce, Jenny O. Turkey Patties blocks blood flow to the left frontal brain, which controls our logic. Go figure. It's garbage food. So let me go back to my notes, because I have notes about this Warren Kuntershultz. Is Warren Kuntershultz a sociopath? Question mark. Is Warren... Now, it's very possible, because when you read what a sociopath is, Warren Kuntershultz and his partner, who is the same person using a fake name, Liam D. Kuntershultz. See? Warren Kuntershultz, K-U-N-T. Let's highlight that. Warren Kuntershultz. The sociopath? Question mark. Question mark. The traitor? Question mark. Liar? Question mark. Why am I kicking Warren Kuntershultz under a bus? So, quickly, briefly, you may have heard people call someone a psychopath or a sociopath. But what do those words really mean? So, this definition here is what they are. You won't find definitions in mental health official handbook, the Diagnostic and Statistical manual of mental disorders. Doctors don't officially diagnose people as psychopaths or sociopaths. They use a different term called antisocial personality disorder. So let me post that. Okay? So now we're going to go back to the notes. Most experts believe that psychopaths and sociopaths are similar sets of traits. People like this have poor inner sense of right and wrong. Now, Warren Kuntershultz has no, none, zero, voila, humana, wala, sense of guilt or shame, what he has put me through for the last 3 years, and the lies, deceits, not even half-truths, total fucking absolute bizarrely insane fucking lies, deceits, and half-truths, not even half-truths, that Warren Kuntershultz has put me through. And I'm going to go through those one by one. So there are some differences between a psychopath and a sociopath. Warren Kuntershultz is definitely a sociopath by definition of what he put me through for the last 3 years. But Warren Kuntershultz also has psychopathic tendencies. But being that I'm not a psychologist, I'm just going to point these things out, and I'll let you decide what Warren, what's his name? Warren Kuntershultz. Warren Kuntershultz. Is he a sociopath or a psychopath? So a psychopath doesn't have a conscience. So Warren Kuntershultz is definitely, by definition, and never showing a conscience for what he has lied about for the last 3 years, is definitely has psychopathic tendencies, in my opinion. He will steal your money, but in this case, Warren Kuntershultz stole my time and my friendship. Warren Kuntershultz stole my time and my friendship, which is theoretically my money, without any moral qualms. Though he may pretend to have moral qualms, it's only because he got caught. So Warren Kuntershultz, basically just Warren Kuntershultz. He definitely has sociopathic tendencies and psychopathic tendencies. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to go through these sociopathic and psychopathic tendencies, what he's done, not just to me, but to Scott Del Fuego, Blue Rose, Jack Thompson, Dennis Adam, John Escape, and all of our close inner circles of friends know that what I'm about to say and what I'm about to expose Warren Kuntershultz as a fucking absolute fucking liar, traitor, possible psychopath, possible sociopath. We're not going to give any quarter to Warren Kuntershultz today, nor are we giving any quarter to Liam D. Kuntershultz. Both lack empathy and the ability to stand in someone else's shoes. That's what Warren Kuntershultz has done to myself, Scott Del Fuego, John Escape, Dennis Adams, Jack Thompson. They lack empathy to stand in for 3 fucking years. Warren Kuntershultz, Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N, Kuntershultz, K-U-N-T, Kunt, K-U-N-T-E-R-S-H-U-L-T-Z. Warren Kuntershultz has lied about whether or not he was going to be my partner in the hotel and made me believe he was going to be my partner. Now, this is why Warren Kuntershultz has taken refuge on the insidious virus of CEBU's friendship list, and he is in fact giving the insidious virus of CEBU certain pieces of information that only Warren Kuntershultz would know. Only Warren Kuntershultz would know. And then he's lying about it via a third party named Liam D. Kuntershultz. D. Kuntershultz, like the Kuntershultz. These two guys are definitely KUNTERSHULTZes. There's no doubt about that. They both lack empathy, and they don't understand what it's like to be in someone else's shoes, or they just don't care. And that's by the medical experts. So right now I'm going to make a statement. Be it known that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, be it known that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, be it known that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ has pulled off the most elaborate hoax on the internet since Paul Newman starred in The Sting. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ has pulled off the most elaborate hoax on the internet since Paul Newman starred in The Sting. What was that, 1973, 74? The fact that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, you could say it, if you break it down, it sounds like Warren, and then first syllable kunt, second syllable ER, Kunter, third syllable Schultz. KUNTERSHULTZ has pulled off the most elaborate hoax on the internet since Paul Newman starred in The Sting. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ said he had 3 spinal operations, or his psychotic other half, Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ, said Warren KUNTERSHULTZ is in spinal surgery in traction. But more than that, Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ said, this is what Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ. So if you say it slowly, it's D, and then you have the word KUNTERSHULTZ. Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ says Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ. Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ is in a self-induced coma. How does one put themselves in a self-induced coma? How do you do that? And Liam, this guy Liam up here, Liam KUNTERSHULTZ, Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ says Warren KUNTERSHULTZ is in a self-induced coma and won't be able to see my comments in Skype for 2 weeks. And I say, LOL, that's a load of bullshit. So we have Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, Kunter, KUNTER. Let's get that word highlighted there. KUNTERSHULTZ, last name Schultz, KUNTERSHULTZ. Won't be able to see my comments because he's in a self-induced coma. Now, we have some people talking about the possibility that this is bullshit, and this is where Blue Rose, who's been my friend, all of our friends, including Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ's friend, for about 3.5 years, Blue Rose says the possibility of having a true sociopath in the mix. Blue Rose says we possibly have a true sociopath in the mix, and then he has the question mark there. Now, Jack Thompson, he's a pretty intelligent guy, Jack Thompson. Jack Thompson told me 5 days ago he had his suspicions that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. See this, I want you to remember this name. Warren, first name Warren, last name KUNTERSHULTZ is playing with house money, says Jack Thompson. And he has believed that for 3 years, but hasn't said anything about Warren KUNTERSHULTZ playing with house money because he really couldn't prove it. But now it's provable. Now, as for me, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ had me fooled 100%. And thousands of hours of private conversation. have made me believe that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ was telling me the truth. However, there is some bullshit to a story you heard last week spoken about on the internet from the CEBU virus, the CEBU virus. I will tell you that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, and that's Warren Kunt, K-U-N-T, KUNTERSHULTZ. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ is playing with house money. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ has never, there is no place on any social fucking media. There is no place on any social media, be it Facebook, be it Skype, be it in an email, be it verbally, be it in a video. There is not one fucking time ever did Warren KUNTERSHULTZ ever ask me to return the money he gave me for the computer. That is a total fucking lie by none other than the CEBU virus. The CEBU virus, sometimes referred to as CEBU's very own Joe Namath, because of the size of his upper body and chest. He is lying about that. So what we have here is never once did Warren KUNTERSHULTZ ever ask me to return the computer money. There is no fucking Skype chat. There is no email. There is no video proof. There is no Facebook Messenger. There is no Facebook comments that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ ever asked me for the money back. So the fucking worthless piece of shit and or pieces of shit that are saying that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ asked me for the money back, that's total lie. There is no way, no place, no shape, no form, no wording, no verbiage, no text anywhere on the internet that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ ever asked me for the money back. The only place that that verbiage exists is by Warren KUNTERSHULTZ itself, who's lying, and the CEBU virus that is sometimes referred to as CEBU's very own Joe Namath, because of the size of his upper body and chest. And we all know what Joe Namath played with, right? Joe Namath was very famous for playing with something. Now, coming up, a Christmas show you will never forget, and we're going to get involved with this right now. The name of the show, of course, is Insidious CEBU Virus Takes Control. Insidious CEBU Virus takes control of fraudulent bloogers' coddled brain. Coddled brain to extort money and obedience. Now, I have proof of that. I have proof that the Insidious CEBU bloogers channel and the Insidious CEBU blooger itself. I have physical text from Skype conversations that are supposed to come, but we can't prove that, supposed to come from the Insidious virus itself, demanding 100,000 pesos of money from Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. But there's no way to prove it's the Insidious virus. It could be another ploy by Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. Another lie, another deception, another sociopathic, fucking bizarre and insane stipulation or statement, because this is out of control. Now we have Warren KUNTERSHULTZ and Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ making up stories that the insidious CEBU virus is making statements and copying those statements down and putting them in Skype conversations to me, but without any screenshots of the statements coming from the insidious CEBU virus. So basically, we cannot say the extortion threats that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ showed me of actual extortion threats from the insidious CEBU virus, even though Warren KUNTERSHULTZ says that these extortion words in the form of text are from the insidious CEBU virus, but there's no proof. It's just copy and paste of words. There's no email address attached to it. There's no name attached to it. It's just the Warren KUNTERSHULTZ saying that this is what the insidious virus of CEBU said, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of CEBU, because of his great upper body strength and large shoulders and arms. So basically, this Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, he could be lying even about the insidious virus, although we know the insidious virus is characteristically flawed, to say the fucking least. We can't prove that any extortion threats came directly from the insidious virus. From 100, no, not 100, from 800 pages of text, we can't prove even one word that the insidious virus is extorting Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. Only Warren KUNTERSHULTZ's word in 800 pages of text. Only that. So basically, we're letting the insidious virus of CEBU, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of CEBU, because of the great upper body strength and his huge arms to throw the shit around that he throws around, that guy, we can't prove a word of what Warren KUNTERSHULTZ says. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ has made this plan the most elaborate hoax, I'm telling you, since Paul Newman played in The Sting. But what happened is the insidious virus of CEBU took control of the fraudulent blooger, B-L-O-O-G-E-R, blooger's coddled brain to extort money and obedience. However, we don't know that it's the insidious virus itself that posted the words in my Skype messages. It's just the KUNTERSCHMIT's word, the KUNTERSHULTZ's word. But we do know this. The insidious virus of CEBU, sometimes referred to as CEBU's very own Joe Namath, because of the size of his upper body and chest measurements, has made 34 hate stream videos in 24 hours, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. What a fucking life the insidious CEBU virus has. And those videos, those 34 videos on Christmas Eve, were about a guy named Barry and myself and nothing else. So basically, someone spent 20 fucking hours of his life. The insidious virus of CEBU spent 20 hours of his life on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day doing nothing other than making videos about a guy named Barry and a guy named Michael, me. That would be me. That's it. So imagine having no fucking life at all. Instead of, I don't know, what about going to a local restaurant for dinner? Oh, fuck me. Michael Fazio, you are one dumb motherfucker, man. Michael Fazio, you have to be one of the dumbest motherfuckers in the entire world. Okay, I give up. Why am I so stupid? Well, you're stupid, Michael Fazio. That's me. Because don't you remember when the insidious virus was doing local restaurant reviews? What happened? Oh, yeah. I remember now. I remember. Holy shit, what is wrong with me? I forgot. The insidious virus went to all the local restaurants and stores and he made bad reviews. Oh my God. I remember. It's all coming back to me now. So basically, now that I'm thinking about this, the insidious virus can't go out for a Christmas dinner or a New Year's dinner because he fucked that up. Well, I guess he could if he likes really salty food. But other than that, the insidious virus has to do a lot of home cooking for a very long fucking, or change locations. Yeah. I remember now. The insidious virus, he went around and did all these fucking videos of the local eateries and the local food establishments. I remember something about the food not being up to par. I remember the food wasn't up to his standards, which is okay, and that's all well and good and understandable, because in the Philippines, although I have never had a bad meal in a restaurant, one time, and I didn't make a video about it. I told the chef and the manager, and they said, yes, sir, but you still have to pay for the meal. Well, I did, and I never went back to that restaurant, and that was 6 years ago. So how did they benefit by giving me a bad meal? However, I never mentioned that in the name of the video. I never mentioned their name in the video. I mentioned I got a really shit meal, but not the name of the restaurant. Because if you do that, you can't go back, not just to that restaurant, you can't go back to any restaurant. So that's what happened. Now it's all coming back to me. The insidious virus in Cebu, sometimes known as the Joe Namath of Cebu, because of his great upper body strength and his arms to be able to throw those things around. He made some really fucked up videos about food establishments. I don't think he could ever go back into any of those food places. Whereas if you go to my channel and look at my reviews for my pizzeria reviews, they're all fucking double A's and triple A's and class 1 fucking reviews. Not only are they double and triple A reviews, but I actually enjoyed the food. If I didn't, I wouldn't put the review up. But I did enjoy the food, so I made a great review. And those people are putting my reviews on their Facebook page, which I'm very proud of. But if anybody wants to come to the Philippines and badmouth their local fucking restaurant, you better hope that you're not going to be living in that area, because you can't go to that restaurant anymore. Ever. They will never forget that. And that's what happened to the insidious virus in Cebu. Wow, I forgot all about that. Now, there is one other topic. There is one thing the insidious virus mentioned. We're going to go through that right now. Let me get this down here. There is one thing. Let me highlight this again. Let's get some highlighting in here. Home. Let's get some highlighting. There is one thing the insidious virus did mention. I forgot a word. He mentioned the guests that were over on Christmas Day were only there on Christmas Day to beg for something. That's the only reason why they were there. They were there to beg for something from him on Christmas Day. And I think he took that video down. Now, although it's probably true, those people were in his house while he was making the video. Probably would not have been a good thing for those people to hear those words. So I have a present for the insidious virus of CEBU, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of CEBU, because of his huge upper body strength and arms and the way he throws those things around. I will see you back in court early next year. Let me see if I can make this you understand what I'm about to fucking say to you here. Here is your Christmas present. Here is your Christmas present. Here is your Christmas present. I will see you back in court early next year. Merry Christmas, motherfucker. Merry Christmas, motherfucker. I will show it to you. I will show it to you. I have in this plastic bag here I cannot show you this side because there's a picture of the insidious virus face. In this selection of papers here, you're going to see it's sectioned off with three paper clips, right? There's one. I have to turn on the. I have to go to the chat. Okay. The insidious virus of CEBU. We will be meeting again early next year in court. So what I want to show, well, first of all, what you're looking at here is, this is called a transcript. Now, this transcript is one of three I'm submitting. All three have what are known as, you need 4 of 5 elements to bring a case before a prosecutor to review. You need 4 of 5 elements. These 3 video transcripts that I have here have all 4, and 2 of them have 5 elements. So let me show you the transcripts themselves. See, this is one. This is one here, right here. This is one. Then this next paper clip right here. This next paper clip is the transcript of a 7-minute video right here. The next paper clip is the transcript of an 11-minute video. This next paper clip is the transcript of an 11-minute video. And this transcript that you see here, this is my copy of the transcript with my notes for the video that has all 5 elements to bring somebody before a prosecutor in the Philippines. So this is my personal notes where to look on the transcripts for this 1-hour video. This is a 1-hour video. Transcripts from 1 hour. This is 1 hour's worth of transcripts. I won't tell you the names of the videos though. But this is 1-hour transcripts. This is 11-minute transcripts. And this is 5 minutes of transcripts. 2 of them have all 5 elements to make a prosecutorial claim. one has 4 of the 5. And you only need 4. So because you want to be such a fucking asshole, because I asked you to stop, because I pleaded with you to fucking stop, and because you keep fucking bringing up shit that you shouldn't bring up, and because you're now disseminating information, some of it true and some of it not true, by that other fucking guy named Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, who's feeding you information because you think it's fucking funny, and because now you're disseminating information about a girl named Daisy May, which I have not been involved with for 18 fucking months. Now you're back bothering her again. I'm bringing you back to fucking court. If you think I'm kidding, you're completely fucking wrong about that. This is a 1-hour video right here. This one here is the transcripts from a 1-hour video. See how thick that is? It is 46 pages. This one is 12 pages. It's a 12-minute video. And this one is 7 pages. It's a 5-minute video. This is my notes. See you sometime next year. We're going to do this all over again. We're going to start again from fucking scratch. But this time, this is your fucking Christmas present. You fucking piece of fucking fecal tissue. Walking, talking fecal tissue, in my opinion. You were asked to stop. When you fucking didn't win fairly, because you fucking lied and won on a technicality last time, you told the world that I was fucking thrown out of court. Watch me get thrown out of court next time. Watch what happens next time. I don't know how much time you had involved last time or how much effort you had to put into the proceedings, but this time my advocate promised the results are going to come out completely different. He calls this video here, let me go through this again. This video here, which is almost 50 pages of notes, this is the mother of all videos. The mother of all videos has all 5 elements. In this transcript, the insidious virus mentions the name Michael Fazio or Fazio 5 times. He mentions the Bahal Walrus multiple times. He mentions Michael Fazio will never build a hotel in Bahal. He mentions the name Daisy May in some of the most egregious fucking commentaries that anybody's ever seen for no reason at all. She's just a sweet, innocent young girl. Because we broke up does not give you what you fucking call poetic fucking justice to demean her in the way that you did in this video here. Yo, he mentions Daisy May at least 3 times by the name Daisy May. Datun Agno, all 4 of her names. And then, one step further, the insidious virus mentions Daisy May's name and her Facebook name, Say, and her Facebook page. And other cross-referencing names for Daisy May and her family by all 4 of her names. Daisy May Latun Agno and her Facebook name, Say. Those are all 5 elements. And we're going back to court. Merry Christmas, motherfucker. Now, I know you don't believe it, but I sent out a notice the other day to the powers that be. They confirmed they will be happy to review what I put together. There is one thing that I made a mistake with. These notes here, you can see these little words here, right here. These words are the words from the transcripts. The mistake I made in this that has to be redone is that these words, they want these words in size 14 font or bigger, and they want double columns. So this actual document that I'm holding in my hand is the actual document that's going, except for the words have to be in size 14 font, and they want double columns. And they want me to take off on this front side here, there's a picture of the thumbnails of the videos. They want that removed. They don't want the thumbnail pictures on the transcripts. They just want transcripts. I don't know why. So I will be giving them a copy with the thumbnail pictures. That would be like exhibit 0, because they're not going to use it, but I already have those made up. And now I have to go back and make up the transcripts with the size 14 font and double column. So what's here is 47 pages, I think, on one video for the mother of all videos. That's what they call it. That's what the NBI calls it, the mother of all videos. It won't be 47 pages because the font is going to be like, this is number 9 font. So it's going to be much bigger and double wide. So it'll probably be closer to 100 pages or 120 pages. But that's right here. The file itself, oh, look, I got it right here. The file itself is done. That's the file right there. This is the SD card right there. That's the SD card that has this file in it. That's one of the things I've been working on for your fucking Christmas present, asshole. Merry fucking Christmas from Michael Fazio in the Philippines. And let me put this away and go to my comment section. Yeah, I asked you to fucking stop. I pleaded with you to and you just won't. You're going to do this, and karma is going to bite fucking Fazio in a fucking way that he'll never be able to regroup himself. Fucking karma, the karma chameleon. Fuck you and your karma chameleon. Do you understand that? I don't give a fuck about you and your karma chameleon. I don't give a fuck. Do you understand that? Your fucking karma chameleon is something that I have no understanding of, nor will I ever understand your karma chameleon. Karma fucking reached out and bit your motherfucking ass a few weeks ago when you were trying to destroy that guy Barry's life. You got bit by fucking karma, something you can't deal with so well. But I don't give a fuck, not one bit, about you, your karma, your concept of fucking karma, and I don't give one fucking two shits what Jack Thompson called a rusty fuck. I don't care. One rusty fuck or one fisherman's fuck about your new friendship with Warren KUNTERSHULTZ or Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ, who's defrauded me for 3 fucking years. It may be true that Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ doesn't have a fucking case against you. It may be true that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ has lied about the Girl Scouts coming and I in turn talked about the Girl Scouts coming. It may all be fucking true, but what is not fucking false, what is true, what is absolutely fucking true is that this document on this fucking drive are 3 videos that are going to be used to bring you back to Bahal so that you can face up to what you did and what you said. And that's going to happen. Now, if it doesn't happen, I would be surprised. But I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. I don't give a fuck about Warren's alter ego, Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ. I don't know why the fuck Warren is doing this. I don't give a fuck why Warren is doing this. Everything I said, I can prove. We're not talking about the file here. We're talking about if I was to post what Blue Rose wants me to post, what Jack Thompson wants me to post, which is some screenshots of some things that were said, not just about you, asshole, but about people that are close to you, you would fucking be, you would be separating yourself by as big a distance as possible between you and Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. Now, I don't know that I'm going to do that yet. I don't know. But I have before me a file of 800 fucking pages of comments and commentary and words, but not in words. No. 800 screenshots. And to confirm those, it's videotaped. So that in case someone goes and tries to remove the comments, the screenshots, the words, and the videotape all mesh up with one another. Now, if something is removed, well, then they removed it. Okay, you could do that. However, you can't remove the video or the screenshots I have. Now, those have nothing to do with you coming back to Bahal. Those just have to do with whoever the fuck it is that you think you're dealing with. And now we're going to get involved with why Warren KUNTERSHULTZ did what he did. Louis Pagan Punch, you never negotiate with terrorists. You tell them to stop, you make them stop. There is no negotiation here. We went through a negotiation where you would think the motherfucker would have learned his lesson, but no, he did not. So now I'm going to prove to you what resolve is. I'm going to make you come back to Bahal and face the fucking facts that you fucked up and you can't undo what you did. What you did was illegal. What you said was illegal. What you said was against what you call the RA codes. And because you motherfucker, because you motherfucker removed certain things from the internet, that was a technicality you got off on. Next time, there are no technicalities. It's all done and said. All of these are fucking done and copied and registered and everything. Fucking Louis Pagan Ponce. Louis Pagan Ponce is telling the truth. Fucking Louis Pagan Ponce is right. You don't give them any fucking quarter. I did that last time. You will not get any quarter from me next time. And all your fucking threats, gotta tell you, they don't mean jack shit to me. And if you do decide to fucking try to carry out one of your fucking threats, I gotta tell you, it won't work out good for you. At the end of the day, you're coming back to Bahal, and we're going to do this in a legal manner. All your fucking threats about biting Fazio, the next one that's going to bite Fazio, fuck you. Fuck you. Do you understand? Fuck you. This is the thing that, according to the American Medical Association and the journals on psychiatric care and shit, fucking psychopaths, sociopaths, narcissists, and what are known as antisocial personality disorder type people, they fucking hate it when you say fuck you. Now, I don't know which one of those, if any, that you are. Only you know that. And the courts may decide to that effect or not to that effect. But they fucking hate it when you say fuck you. And I'm saying fuck you. If you don't like it, then maybe you have some personality traits that you have to work on. I don't. I'm the fucking nicest guy that you'll ever meet in your entire life. The fact that we're going back to court and that I'm not saying anything negative about this. I'm not saying anything negative at all. I'm just saying the truth. The truth is we have to go back to court because you wouldn't fucking stop. You wouldn't stop. You just fucking don't get it. There's something doesn't click upstairs inside your fucking brain to stop. I don't know why you made 34 fucking videos about me and Barry over the Christmas fucking vacation. I don't know why you've made 100 fucking videos about me and Barry over the last month with dozens of videos in between saying, I'm never going to talk about another blogger. It's not my nature to talk. And then you fucking do it for 4 fucking hours, you stupid fuck. Just like the day you said, never tell Filipinos that you keep money or gold or jewelry in the fucking house. And 3 hours later, you went and fucking posted a video about all your fucking gold and jewelry, you dumb fuck. You did that. You contradict yourself all the time. Something doesn't fucking work inside your fucking head. Now, I'm not going to repost those videos because I don't give a fuck. But it's you who say, never tell anybody about the gold or the jewelry or the money you keep in the house. And then fucking in the very next video was a fucking 30-minute video about how much gold and jewelry you have in the house. You dumb fuck. Mole money. Jack Thompson. Louis Paganpons says, so in essence, your case was not thrown out. It was inadmissible due to a filing requirements not being properly followed. Big difference. I can explain to you what it was, Louis. There was a piece of proof that wasn't documented properly that was available on the internet. And when the cocksucker, not a real cocksucker like Jack Thompson, but an imaginary cocksucker, because I think that happens, but his lawyer told him remove that piece of information from the internet, and then all we had was a copy of the information, which would have been good if I was to have put it in this document here as the new case. I could use it like that because that's the piece of information I'm using. But being that the original piece of information and the URL number that went to the original piece of information, being that it was different, couldn't use it. Technicality. The video, the document, the words, everything was identical except the URL. Technicality. So next time, the information that we'll use, we have the documented URL of what we're using. And that's the one that will be brought to court. Last time, the one we brought to court was the original words and the original video, but a different URL. The original URL was removed by the fucking uploader. So the lawyer told the uploader to remove that video, and being that we didn't have, and even though we had the original URL, when we punched it in, it came up as this video has been removed by the uploader. It still exists, but it was removed. And being that it was fucking removed, we couldn't make them turn it back on when we went to the fucking proceeding. Next time that won't happen, asshole. Now you have taught the NBI how to file a case properly. And the NBI thanks you for that. I thank you for that. So when you get back to, when you get back to all that happy horse shit about this, that, and the other thing, we could clear that shit up too, you know. Believe me when I tell you, I want to hear you say some of that shit to my face. Last time I asked you, I begged you, I pleaded with you to say that shit to my face, and you fucking curled up into a little fucking ball like that, because you're a fucking coward. You're a fucking coward. You should have jumped right then and there. Nobody would have blamed you, win, lose, or draw, if you would have jumped right there. But you're a fucking coward. You're a big fucking mouth on YouTube with nothing to back it up. No ass to back it up. And if you do have some ass to back it up, well, I'll give you another shot at this. We won't have to worry about Warren KUNTERSHULTZ putting you and me in a ring or anything like that. We could just go right there. If you choose to, I'll give you that option. Again, I'll give you the fucking option. Like last time. Everybody saw what you did. Everybody saw what you did. Everybody laughed afterwards, too. They said, nah, that guy don't want to go. I said, I know. Gave you the option, all right? You're a fucking coward. You're a big mouth fucking rat, scumbag, fucking coward. That with insidious fucking threats and half-truths and fucking lies about people, talking about fucking Daisy May still to this fucking day, talking about Daisy May, she's gone 18 months and you got nothing else to talk about. That's because you're a scumbag, in my opinion. You're still talking about a girl I broke up with, or broke up with me, or we broke up 18 fucking months ago, because you're a fucking low-class, low IQ, low-class scumbag, in my opinion. Still talking about a relationship that harmoniously broke up 18 months ago. And you can't get it through your fucking head that people break up. And you had you're the fucking one. I'm the one that posted the information that she was never going back with that fucking slob from Bahal, the Bahal Walrus. No, you lying, low-class, low IQ motherfucker. Daisy and I went our separate ways for our own reasons. Nothing that you had to say had anything to do with the truth. But you can't get it through your fucking head that it's none of your fucking business. So next time, and there is going to be a next time, whatever it costs you in time and services and whatever, next time, maybe you'll get it through your fucking head. And there's going to be a next time, because here it is right here. Here it is in paper, and here it is on an SSD card. The whole thing. Because you're a fucking asshole, and you don't take no for an answer. You don't take please stop for a fucking answer. You don't take let it fucking go for an answer. You don't take any fucking thing that's reasonable for a fucking answer, because there's something wrong with you inside your fucking head. So next year, first thing that I do is I'm going back and we're going to see if my new rendition of these documents are correct. And if they are, the mother of all videos and 2 corresponding videos that will prove other things. 2 of them have all 5 elements. 1 has 4 or 5 elements. We're going back And I will see you, I guess, by, well, I mean, depends on how this virus thing works out, but I'm thinking it took 60 days to 90 days last time to get the first thing. So if I go in the second week of January, because if they don't open up again until January 4th, and I'll give them a week to get straightened out, I figure if I go in like the second week of January with my paperwork in order, with my 3 sets of SD cards, I guess by March or April, you'll get your notice and you come back to Bahal. We'll do it again, asshole. Fucking asshole you are. You are a fucking asshole. You didn't get it the first time. You might get it the second time. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know what could be the consequences. Scott, loyalty. Scott's changing the subject, Lewis. We're moving on to the Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. What he did to me was about as illogical and backstabbing and scumbaggery as the CEBU virus itself. Scott says loyalty, noun, the quality of being loyal. This loyalty to his friend of 34 years. I'm missing something here. 34 years. Who was loyal to someone with... Oh, yeah. Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ. Right. That's right. LaRue was still here. So let me go back. And go to my notes. What did I want? Oh, I wanted a pot. I need a pot. I got a pot right here. We put that over there. I need a pot and I need a thing. Not a pot. We see Jack Thompson, more money. Money. That's right, baby. Jack Thompson. We're about to pull a Thompson maneuver here. Thank you, Jack. Let me go back to my notes. The Thompson maneuver, otherwise known as the black mole. And basically, the Thompson maneuver is a warning to Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. Play stupid games. Win stupid prizes. To one and all. Jack Thompson is not the mole. In fact, Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ, D-E, Kunter, K-U-N-T-E-R, Schultz. Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ is the mole, is actually Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ, pretending to not be Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ. So his real name is Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ, posing as Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ O'Carroll, C-A-R-R-E-L, O'Carroll. In fact, Warren Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ hunting for fucking truth, justice, and the American way, has been deceiving you people on the internet for 3 fucking years, and has been for over 1 year sharing an account with Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ. Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ. the reason for all this bullshit is because I told Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, in January, his share of the hotel money had to be sent in the first week of January. I told Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, his share of the money was due the first week of January. Now, let me get this. That is what we agreed to for almost 1 year. That is what we agreed to for almost 1 year. Well, more than 1 year, but I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt. All our close friends know this to be the truth. What we agreed to is that the first week of January 2021, Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ would be depositing enough money in my bank account to start the hotel. This can be confirmed by anybody that's on the site right now that knows this to be true or not. But there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of text between Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ and myself, and conversation, thousands of hours of conversation, that in January we were going to start building the hotel. But here's what Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ changed the story to. This is the most fucking bizarre thing you've ever seen in your life. First of all, Merry Christmas. Be careful what you fucking wish for, because Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ begged me to make a bad video, a hateful video, a negative video about him, so he could become friends with the insidious virus of CEBU. And the reason is, I'm about to tell you what the reason is. When I told Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ, I was announcing the hotel was to start being built. I told him I was going to say he was buying me the $23,000 cement mixer, US dollars, and the $7,000 rebar bender. However, that day, the plot thickens. The plot thickens. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ comes back the next day. He comes back the next day asking me to make a scathing video about him so he can become friends with the insidious CEBU virus. He wants to become friends with the insidious CEBU virus. Therefore, he wants me to make a scathing video about him. Asshole, don't try to deny any of this, because if you force me to show everybody our Skype conversations, that won't work out well for you. So if you want to deny it, deny it. If you want to go back and remove those conversations, go ahead. Let me show you something, asshole. Well, no, I won't even show it to you. 800 pages videotaped and screenshotted. So it's videotaped and it's screenshotted. So you can go back and remove whatever the fuck it is that you want, but you can't remove the videotape I have of that 800 pages. So you want to deny it? You want to make a wager? Like the fucking wager you were going to put up to have the insidious virus fight people on fucking in the ring? You lying motherfucking piece of shit. Like the fact that maybe there is a case against the insidious virus with Interpol and maybe there's not. What are you telling the truth about at this point? No one can fucking know for sure. So let's go back to the notes. So he comes back the next day after I said I'm going to make him buy me the cement mixer and the rebar bender right up here. Here is the cement mixer and the rebar bender right there. Boom, 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 boom. $23,000 cement mixer, $7,000 rebar bender. The plot thickens. He comes back the next day asking me to make a scathing video about him so he can become friends with the insidious CEBU virus, sometimes referred to as CEBU's very own Joe Namath because of his upper body strength and huge arms and the way he throws those things around. But I say no. I say no. I say no, I will not do that. I will not make a scathing video about you because the insidious virus will use it against me in the future. Warren D. Kuntershultz demands I make that video. He demands I make that video. He demands I make that video. I say, what the fuck are you thinking? What the fuck are you thinking? This is Skype chat now, but I have it in text. Warren D. Kuntershultz says he wants to entrap. He wants to, now remember, this is Skype chat that I have in text. He wants to entrap. He wants to entrap the insidious CEBU virus, sometimes referred to as the Joe Namath of CEBU because of his huge upper body strength and the way he throws those things around. And why does he want to entrap? He wants to entrap. He wants to entrap for an interpool honey trap, for an interpool honey trap, of which at that point I go ape shit. Here it is right here. I go ape shit on Warren Kuntershultz. I go ape shit on Warren Kuntershultz, stating I will not make a scathing video about him. I will not make a scathing video about him. I will not. He begs me. He begs me to do so. He begs me to do so. Warren Kuntershultz begs me to make this video so he can gather information. So he can gather information about the insidious CEBU virus, sometimes referred to as the Joe Namath of CEBU because of the size of his upper body strength and his huge chest and the way he throws those things around. But, ladies and gentlemen, I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse to make the video. The Warren Kuntershultz explains and shows me text messages, supposedly. This word supposedly plays a key part here. Supposedly from the insidious virus, but I don't believe it is anymore. But he makes it appear in Skype that this text comes from the insidious virus, but I don't believe it's from the insidious virus. I believe the Kuntershultz is making it up. And he says, but I don't believe it's true. He says the insidious virus sent him a message, but I don't believe it's true. He said the insidious virus will spill his guts on Fazio and blame the information coming from Warren Kuntershultz. But I don't even believe that's true. I don't believe the message that Warren Kuntershultz put on Skype is a real message from the insidious virus. I believe Warren Kuntershultz was, again, falsifying information. But I could be wrong, but I do believe that to be the truth. And this part gets a little tricky. He says, Warren Kuntershultz says, If the insidious virus, according to text that Warren Kuntershultz put in Skype, but no proof where it came from. Could have been him. He could have just made it up that day. So there's no proof that the threat of extortion came from the insidious virus. None whatsoever. But he said in text, if the insidious virus does not receive 100,000 peso from Warren Kuntershultz, I got to be careful here. The insidious virus will start spewing out information about Michael Fazio like he spews Cheese Whiz out of his ass like Spider-Man spins a web. So let me review this next paragraph because there's shit in here that I cannot show you. But I will repeat it. Now, what I'm going to show you is I can show you this part only. I can show you this is from Warren, but I will read the rest of it, but I will not show you, not now, even though Blue Rose, he wants this shit posted. Jack Thompson wants this shit posted. 2 other people said I should post this shit. I'm not going to post it. I'm going to save this for another day. I'll read it, and I will. Warren Kuntershultz is not going to like it, and the insidious virus is not going to like it. So Warren Kuntershultz says, after Warren Kuntershultz implied, but no proof, that the insidious virus was going to extort money from him with no proof of such, that it was the insidious virus. He just posted words. There's no screenshot of the insidious virus email or his page or his Facebook. There's nothing proving it's from the insidious virus. It's just Warren Kuntershultz with more stories, in my opinion. Warren Kuntershultz says, if I don't give the insidious virus 100,000 pesos, the insidious virus is going to start spewing information out about Michael Fazio. So my reply, short and sweet, tell the insidious virus to publish everything he has. Tell him to fucking post it all. I don't care. If there's something that would harm my reputation, tell him to post it. If there's something that he could prove that would harm my reputation, tell him to post it. If there's something he implies is true but can't prove it, tell him to post it. But don't give him money. Tell him to post it. In other words, don't give, if this insidious virus, if he's trying to extort money from you, don't give him money. Don't let him extort you. Let him post the information. I'll take the burden of what's posted on the internet. It's true, it's true. If it's not true, it's not true. If he says it's true and he can't prove it, then it's not true. If it's what Jack Thompson calls hearsay and nearsay and third-party hearsay. So I'm okay if the insidious virus was trying to extort money from Warren Kuntershultz, which I don't believe I don't believe he was. I believe this is all Warren Kuntershultz making this story up, because there's no proof that it came from the insidious virus. This is how fucked up Warren Kuntershultz has become in real life. So I said, let him post all that shit anywhere he wants. Don't give him any fucking money. And Warren said, are you serious? I said, yeah, I'm serious. Let him post all that shit. And Warren's reply, I will give, I can't read this. I can't read this. My friends know what it says, but I cannot. I can't read this. It's not it is a screenshot too. Don't fucking make any mistake about it. I got 800 pages of this shit. Warren says, I will tell so-and-so, I will give the 100,000 pesos if, and the rest of it I cannot say. It is, and I would say it. I would say it if there was even one shred of evidence that the insidious virus was actually trying to extort money from Warren. I don't believe that is the case, even though Warren spent weeks trying to make me believe this. So not only did he try to set me up to have a fight with him, but he tried to set me up, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ tried to set me up to have a fight with him so he could back out of giving me the money for the hotel. That's what this is all about. Either he doesn't have the money, he doesn't want to be my partner, which is his option. He never had any intention of being my partner, or he's truly a fucking sociopath, or possibly a psychopath, or either one of both, possibly, to make up this such an elaborate fucking story for 3 years. But if I thought for one fucking minute the insidious virus was actually trying to extort money from him, which I don't, I would read what's in this fucking text on this screen. But there's no proof of such. If there was proof, if there were screenshots of the insidious virus Facebook or YouTube or email or anything with his fucking name, with timestamps and dated information, then I could say what Warren said here. But I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it because it would probably be illegal to do such without proof. I think this whole fucking thing for 3 years, Warren saying to myself, to Blue Rose, to John Escape, to Warren Hunt, to Dennis Adam, to Jack Thompson, to Daisy May, to Mercury 3, and to all our other close inner circle friends, it's all been an elaborate scheme, and never did Warren Kunterschmidt or KUNTERSHULTZ ever plan on going partners with me in the hotel. But being that 3 weeks ago I demanded the money for the cement mixer and the rebar bender because it's due in January, that was our agreement, he did this whole fucking thing. Make me the bad guy. I have 800 fucking pages of Warren pleading with me to make him the bad guy, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. 800 fucking pages of him begging me to start a fight with him on YouTube. And I said, I will go to where I can show you what's in the notes. The insidious virus did, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ did give the insidious virus information about me, personal information. Some of it was a little true, some of it had more truth to it than not, and some of it was partially true and the insidious virus embellished. I won't tell you which is which, but there is information that the insidious virus of CEBU posted on the internet that only Warren Hunt knew. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ knew. Only Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ knew. There are only a few people in the whole fucking world that knew the information. Only a few people. So it had to come from somebody that was close to me. It had to have come from somebody that was close to me. It had to come from somebody that not only was close to me, but somebody that also was friends with Daisy May. So this goes back 18 months and before. Well, Jack Thompson does not fit that description. He didn't know the information, and he certainly didn't know about a particular set of circumstances that happened back in the year 2001. Only Warren KUNTERSHULTZ knew that information. Only Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. Nobody else. Not Scott Del Fuego, but Scott and I talked about this. He knew some of that information, but he didn't know all the information. Blue Rose, well, my friend Andrew, knew some of the information, but not all of it. So only Warren KUNTERSHULTZ could have disseminated the information to the insidious virus in CEBU. No one else. Then, when I confronted Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, he said, and I have this screenshotted and videotaped, "Did you tell anybody else?" And I said, "No." "Are you sure you didn't tell anybody else?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, and I said, "It had to be you. Only you knew all of those 5 pieces of information." Let's just say there were 5. There might have been 6. Only you knew all 5 of those pieces of information. Only you knew about the situation that occurred in 2001. Only you, no one else. Only you knew about a Social Security status, which was misrepresented on you in a YouTube video. Because I don't think Social Security status is available as public records. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the truth of my Social Security status and why I do or do not collect Social Security is not the truth that was put out on a YouTube video as truth. So no one but Warren KUNTERSHULTZ knew those 5 pieces of information. Then Warren KUNTERSHULTZ says that he's going to make the insidious virus of CEBU a multi-millionaire. I don't think so. I think he's getting played too. So let's just go through this. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ was the only person that knew about my Social Security status. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ was the only person that knew about my personal family matters. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ knew all of that and was the only person that knew all 5 pieces of information. And he is the only person that could have given the insidious CEBU virus the information. No one else. So what we have here is a fucking traitor for sure, a backstabber for sure, certainly fits into the parameters, in my opinion, of a sociopath, possibly a psychopath, possibly a sociopath, possibly both. And when I refused to make a video of Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ's reaction was, I'm going to post this. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ begs me again to make a scathing video, and I refuse. And then what does he do? Warren KUNTERSHULTZ blames Jack Thompson as the black mole. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ blames Jack Thompson as the black mole. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ blames Jack Thompson as the black mole. Again, understanding it would be impossible for Jack to be the mole. It would be impossible for Jack to be the mole. And the reason is Jack didn't know the information, so he couldn't give it out. He didn't know the information. It was not in his possession. It was never spoken to him. Some of it was spoken to Scott. Some of it was spoken to Andrew of Blue Rose. Some of it might have been spoken to John Escape, but not all of it was spoken to any one person except Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. So, what did Warren do when I said it is not Jack Thompson? Warren KUNTERSHULTZ is looking to blame someone else. He's looking to blame someone else. Let's get a different color up there. He's looking to blame someone else. And that someone else is Princess Anne. So now this Warren KUNTERSHULTZ says, well, if it wasn't Jack Thompson, and what you're looking at here is Skype chat, but copied as text. What you're, in this particular paragraph, what you're looking at here, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ backs away from blaming it on Jack Thompson, the black mole, saying he told Princess Anne. He told her. And maybe she told the insidious virus of CEBU. Maybe she told the insidious virus of CEBU. So Warren KUNTERSHULTZ is looking to blame someone else. And he blames Princess Anne, saying he told her, 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 he told her. And maybe she told the insidious virus in CEBU, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of CEBU. So now the question is, why would she do that? Why would Princess Anne give the insidious virus information, number one? And why would KUNTERSHULTZ tell Princess Anne in the first place? She doesn't give a shit about a family feud I had 20 years ago. So who gains? So the whodunit now, the whodunit part of this. I need water. The whodunit part of this. Who gains? Who gains by me making Warren KUNTERSHULTZ out to be a sperm target? Only Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. Because if I badmouth Warren KUNTERSHULTZ in a video 3 weeks ago, he can back out of being my partner, which he never had any intention of doing, and be the good guy. But now, how did that work out for the KUNTERSHULTZ? How did that work out for the KUNTERSHULTZ? The KUNTERSHULTZ became friends with an insidious virus that everyone wants to disinfect. So the KUNTERSHULTZ aligned himself with an insidious virus. That doesn't work out good. The KUNTERSHULTZ aligns himself with the fucking liar, a cheat, a scoundrel, a scallywag, a scumbag, and a fucking coward. So the great Warren KUNTERSHULTZ aligns himself with a piece of fucking human fecal tissue with arms and legs. How does that help him? It does not. The only way this helps the KUNTERSHULTZ is if I make this video 3 weeks ago, demeaning and debasing the KUNTERSHULTZ, and he can say, oh, look at Fazio. He's talking shit about me. I'm not going to be his partner. That was the plan. That was the fucking plan from the get-go. The plan was to back out of having to give me money in January. Even though for 3 years we talked about it, even though for the last 11 or 12 months we made arrangements. January of 2021, I start building. And that's probably going to happen anyway. Without the KUNTERSHULTZ, without his fucking money, without his friendship, that's gone. Now, if I was to show you or publish the letter I wrote to KUNTERSHULTZ, you would not fucking believe what he did over the course of 3 weeks. What I put in this upload is minuscule compared to some of the shit that he said, not about me, and not even so much about the insidious virus itself, but about somebody and some things the insidious virus cares about. If I posted that shit right now, and I guess if someone gave me $1,000, I'd post it. What the fuck? But I don't think that's going to happen. But it would fucking read as no fucking way. But I wouldn't post it as a post. I would post it as screenshots. And then there would be no argument. I got to tell you, this fucking Warren KUNTERSHULTZ set me up properly for 3 years with no intention of ever being my partner. And his way out, what Jack Thompson called the Jack Thompson maneuver, this is it. Listen carefully. You've heard about it and you've read about it, that every highway has an off-ramp where you get off. You get on the highway, on-ramp, off the highway, off-ramp. This is the Jack Thompson maneuver. Warren KUNTERSCHMIDT, the KUNTERSCHMIDT took the off-ramp that I gave him by not making a video saying I hate the KUNTERSCHMIDT, the KUNTERSHULTZ, by not making that video. Allowed him to say, fuck you, you won't do this for me, we're not going to be friends if you can't do this for me. And he took that as his way out, or what Jack Thompson calls taking the off-ramp. So because I wouldn't make a scathing video about him, which he would have in turn used to back out of giving me money for the hotel, the insidious virus would have used it as something against me, leverage in his fucking sick, psychotic little mind. The KUNTERSCHMIDT would have been off the hook for sending me $80,000 fucking dollars, because that was his end. What other things did the KUNTERSCHMIDT ask me to do for him are sickening. Some of the things he asked me to do. Go pick out fucking tile. Go pick out bathroom fixtures. Send me videos of bathroom pictures. This motherfucker was going to play this right to the fucking end. This motherfucking backstabbing, lying KUNTERSCHMIDT, played this right up till the fucking end as if he was going to go through with it. And when the shit hit the fan where the money was due in 3 weeks, he backs out of the deal. And that's what all of this is about. His friendship with the insidious virus of CEBU, his coming on multiple different shows, talking through a third party called Liam D. KUNTERSCHMIDT or D. KUNTERSHULTZ. And then Liam saying, oh, Warren D. KUNTERSHULTZ can't talk to you because D. KUNTERSHULTZ put himself in a self-induced coma. How the fuck does one do that? Is this Star Trek shit? Or D. KUNTERSHULTZ is in a coma and I'm acting as his mouthpiece, but I'm talking in the first party context in Skype chat because I fucked up. And I fucked up by giving a piece of information that only Warren KUNTERSHULTZ would know. There is nobody else on fucking earth that would know a piece of information other than Warren KUNTERSHULTZ and Liam D. KUNTERSHULTZ or D. KUNTERSCHMIDT, they're cousins. He posted that fucking piece of information. He couldn't, no one else knew. Nobody. Not a single other fucking person. Do you know how secret the piece of information that fucking duplicit diplistic personality disorder, otherwise known as Liam D. Kunterschmidt or D. Kuntershultz. He posted a piece of information, one line. No one in the fucking world knew that piece of information. Nobody knew it. I knew it. Warren Kuntershultz knew it. Liam did not know it. And one other fucking person knew it. Just one other person. And he doesn't even know I have a YouTube account. So you fucked up, Warren Kuntershultz. You fucked up, Liam D. Kuntershultz. You fucked up when you published that single fucking sentence that only 3 people knew, and one of them doesn't even know I have a YouTube account. You fucked up. You are not in a fucking self-induced coma, because you can't be in a self-induced coma, as Liam D. Kuntershultz says. You are not in a fucking hospital in a self-induced coma in traction, like Liam D. Kuntershultz says. You're a fucking liar pretending to be Liam D. Kuntershultz O'Carroll so that you can back out of the deal that you talked about for 3.5 years. For one of 5 reasons, and I'll go over those 5 reasons now. Number 1, this is a very real possibility. Warren, now I want you guys to listen carefully because I'm not fucking around, I'm being serious. Warren D. Kuntershultz may have made the same deal with the devil that Bob Dylan made. A few more years of life for his eternal soul. That's the first possibility. And being, if that is possible, if he did that, his eternal soul would now belong to an entity known verbally as a satanic entity. And then there would be a camaraderie between the new and unimproved Warren Kuntershultz and the insidious virus of CEBU. They would be closer together. They'd be banded together, a sort of camaraderie. That's one possibility. The second possibility is the Kunterschmidt. The Kunterschmidt never had the money to do this in the first place. As Jack Thompson said, he's playing with house money, monopoly money, plastic money, and Warren Kunterschmidt took the off-ramp. Second possibility, when I wouldn't make a scathing video about him. Third possibility. Third possibility is Warren Kunterschmidt might be a sociopath. And or the third possibility might be that Warren Kuntershultz might be a pathological liar and or might be a psychopath. He might be that. That's the third possibility. The fourth possibility is that Warren Kunterschmidt, whatever the fuck, Schultz, Warren Kuntershultz may have done all of this only to garner some YouTube friends for a couple of years until the shit was going to hit the fan. Maybe Warren, in real life, maybe Warren Kuntershultz said he's never going to start building a hotel, so I can say anything I want. But what happens when the shit hits the fan? Now, I'm going to tell you, I have 100 chats where I said, I'll send you a contract. And he was absolutely fucking sure he did not want me to send him a contract. I said, look, I'll have a lawyer draw up the plans, the contract. No, I don't need a contract from you. I trust you. Well, okay. I mean, you know, just even 5 weeks ago, I said, we're going to start building. I'm going to need that money in January. And he didn't deny it. He didn't deny me the money. He just said, well, we'll talk about that in January. But then about a week or so later, I said, look, I'm going to announce that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ is going to give me $23,000 for a cement mixer and $7,000 for a rebar bender. The KUNTERSHULTZ comes back with this. Wait till you fucking hear this. Holy shit. Wait till you hear this. Let me go back to the chat. We still have chat. Okay. I'll get to your conversation in a minute. I only just went back to the chat. Wait till you fucking hear the 3 ways that the KUNTERSHULTZ backed out of this. The first one was, no. Let's not start building the hotel in January. Let's wait until the Girl Scouts come and arrest the insidious virus for the charges that are supposed to have taken place on an international level. Let's wait till that happens. I said, no, fuck you. And that's what I said, fuck you. Fuck you. I don't want to wait for that. Second, immediately after he said that, I said, you need to send me some fucking proof of that's happening. Because you never sent me the proof I've been asking you for 6 months. I never got any proof of it. So I may have been fucking mistaken this whole time. There may be no case against the insidious virus. That too may very well have been a hoax, employed and deployed by someone that makes the insidious virus look normal, aka Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. I gotta tell you, when I asked him for proof, he never sent it to me. So there may or may not be Girl Scouts on the way. But he had me believing it. That was the first thing he said, let's hold off with me sending you money till the Girl Scouts came. I said, fuck you, I want the money on January 5th. And it was the first week of January. You need to send me that fucking money the first week of January. I want to start. Second fucking piece, soon as I was done saying fuck you, he goes, I'll tell you what. This is Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. I'll tell you what. When I get better, when my cancer is cured, if he even has cancer, who knows now? When my cancer is better, I will bring 2 international cybercrimes lawyer to Bahal, and we'll file charges against the insidious virus. I said, fuck you, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, fuck you. You could be in treatment for 6 months or another year. That plan sucks too. You got to send me the fucking money. You want to be my partner. You don't want to be my partner, then fuck you. Just say so. But no, that wasn't good enough. He had to make up the insidious virus friendship so they could go against me and he could back out of the deal. And the third thing the motherfucker did and said, and he is a motherfucker for doing this, is he said, let's just wait a little while longer and hopefully my cancer will be cured. And when it's cured, then I'll come there and I'll just put up all the money. In other words, he's holding the fucking carrot in front of me. Now, I don't give a fuck about your carrot. I don't give a fuck if your carrot's made out of gold or platinum. I don't give a fuck about that because his money would make a difference, but it won't stop me from moving ahead with my plans. But this motherfucker was holding the golden carrot, the gold ring that you get on the fucking carousel wheel. He's holding it right here. Look at what I have. Look at what you want. Fuck you, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. Fuck you where you breathe. You lying, deceptive, motherfucking, scamming, fucking scoundrel, piece of shit that you had to become friends with an insidious virus. How does that look for you now? And I'll go back to my notes now. Louis Pagan Ponce. Well, I think Louis is a lawyer. Louis says thousands of hours. That's true, Louis. Thousands of hours that Warren and I had laughing and crying with one another over his sicknesses and laughing about things that we were going to do and when we were going to get here. We always knew that the Warren H. Pavilion with the airport on top was a fucking joke, but we were really going to build a hotel. All those fucking hours of time so that this fucking piece of fucking human fecal tissue with arms and legs named Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, all that fucking time wasted. Hundreds of hours with Daisy and I when we were together. Hundreds of hours of Skype time with three-way conversations between our friends, all that can confirm what I say is true. We were going ahead with building the hotel as partners. All of that wasted. So this fucking douchebag could either have some fake internet friends or whatever his fucking lack. He lacks more character than the insidious virus of CEBU. He's more lacking than the insidious virus of CEBU itself. And this is what he had me fucking believing it. And Jack had his doubts, saying that he thought the Warren KUNTERSHULTZ was fucking playing with house money, plastic money, didn't have what he said he had. But even let's just say that the KUNTERSHULTZ has money. He never intended to be my partner. What does he think? I'm fucking around? Does he think I'm not going to do this with or without him? We were just waiting for a third thing to happen. This cocksucker, not a real cocksucker like Jack Thompson, this fucking imaginary cocksucker. And who knows, even though he's denied that he's ever done that, possible that he did, possible he does. Who knows what else is not true or is true about Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. Thousands of hours, says Louis Pagan Ponce, of conversation to only result in a waste of one of the most valuable things a man has in life, which is finite, his time. Unpardonable, let alone unforgivable. Oh, we're not going to, there'll be no forgiveness on that. I am actually putting the fucking Warren KUNTERSHULTZ in a fucking lower positional status position than the fucking insidious CEBU virus. And so will everybody else that hears this video. Because anybody that doesn't fucking believe this is true, I can prove it. I can prove all of what I said about the KUNTERSHULTZ making false claims that the insidious virus was trying to extort money from him, because there's no proof of such, just the KUNTERSHULTZ's text or typing. There's no proof of it. It may very well be the insidious virus that wrote the statement, but there's no way to put the insidious virus itself to the words. There's no screenshot. There's no email address and timestamps. There's none of that. It's just what the KUNTERSHULTZ said this guy said. It's hearsay, which is why I didn't read what the KUNTERSHULTZ wrote about the insidious virus and the family members of the insidious virus. But I have that screenshotted and videotaped. Shit that I would never say. He just outright said, I think he was trying to entrap me. No true or sane man would ever stoop to something this low, says Louis Pagan Ponce. That's true. No normal what? Wait, Louis, you don't even understand. The Scott Del Fuego, who might be on par intelligentsia-wise with Jack Thompson and myself and Dennis and Blue Rose, even though Andrew's a much younger man, he's very fucking smart. We all came to the same conclusion when the Kuntershultz backed out of the deal. It just took me longer to see it. But once the Thompson explained the Thompson maneuver that the Kuntershultz was playing, as hard as it was for me to believe it, I see it to be a fact. It's factual now. Now, let's just say the Kuntershultz has a bigger fucking, like a 3D or 5-dimensional chess game. Let's say he has the money and he's doing this for some other reason. Nobody that I know can figure out what the reason would be. In other words, let's say the Kuntershultz really did want to entrap the insidious virus for the Interpol and all the Girl Scouts. Well, isn't 600 videos that you talked about giving Interpol and the Girl Scouts and the cyber crimes, isn't that enough? You really need more? I don't believe that. I told them I don't believe that. I said it's bullshit. I could show it to you in fucking Skype chat too, but I won't. I'll leave that for another day because there might be some blowback on this. Slick Willie. I love Slick Willie. Slick Willie just comes in when there's something important to say. Slick Willie says, hold on, I can't see that. But I know Slick Willie, when he comes, Slick Willie is like that Carl Malden insurance commercial. When Chase Manhattan speaks, people listen, some shit like that. Slick Willie says, the CEBU virus is hideous as well as insidious. That's true. So we have fucking people here. Rafi Tolfo. Fuck you. I'll prove you wrong too one day. But we're not even going to read your comment. Now, the nut jobs are coming out, says the Scott Del Fuego. You guys can all go on all the fucking stupid, fucking worthless live streams and vlogs there are. You could get Gogo Bobo to show his face, get on his knees, and blow everybody on fucking YouTube. And you could believe everything that Gogo Bobo ever said. And you could believe everything that the hemorrhoid ever said. You could even believe the insidious virus, but there's not a fucking person in the entire fucking world that could take away my 800 fucking pages of screenshots and videos that prove what I say is true. So now we have the nut job, says Scott. Back to the original plan of a place for you and renting some rooms and having some income. Now we're done with the what the fuck is that guy's name? Kuntershultz. Kuntershultz. Oh, Jack, you want me to post that? Okay, all right. Being that you were the one. All right, so here's the proof that proves beyond any fucking doubt. There can't be any doubt that Jack Thompson is not the mole. Because, all right, I'm not going to mention third-party names and I'm not going to mention locations. But in my area, now if someone wants to throw 500 up on the screen to prove me wrong, wager me 500. And I'll wager 1,000. I have a video of a house. So originally, the Kuntershultz was going to come here and rent an apartment until the hotel was done. And it was a beautiful apartment with a beautiful view of the ocean. Let's just make no bones about it. Actually, I lived in that very apartment for 3.5 years with Daisy May. So I know it to be a beautiful place. But I mentioned that down the block, there was something for sale. Something was for sale. And Warren the Kuntershultz, not D. Kuntershultz, Warren Kuntershultz said, go get me a video of that place. And if I like it, I'll buy the house. And I said, well, I don't know that the fellow will let me make a video of the house, but I'll ask, because it's a beautiful house. But, you know, I don't know that somebody wants me in their house making a video. I just don't know that man that well. So the mother of all bombs, Jack. Yeah. So that's true, Jack. So the bomb, says Jack Thompson. So I go down and I approach the man. Some people that, you know, there are some people in the Philippines that don't want to be on video. They don't want their fucking house on video. They don't want the inside of their house on video. And I said to the fella, look, my fucking confidant, my future partner, wants to buy your house. If it's for sale still, and he has the money to write you a check, because the Kuntershultz said, I have 25 million pesos. I can write him a check for one-time check. Tell him to write the papers. This is there were 3 people that knew about the house. I knew about it. The owner of the house knew about it. And Warren the Kuntershultz knew about it. Only 3 people. But Liam D. Kuntershultz, who was saying that Warren Kuntershultz is in a coma, put that information out on the internet. And only he did not know, he could not know about the house. Because Warren Kuntershultz was in a self-induced coma. Do you remember? Warren Kuntershultz put him in and then after the Kuntershultz put himself in a self-induced coma and had 3 major surgeries, they brought him home and put him in traction in a self-induced coma in his own house, in his own bedroom. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. The Kuntershultz is not in traction in a self-induced coma. He's on the internet fucking around as Liam D. Kuntershultz. And only one fucking person in the world, besides the owner of the house, knew about the house besides me, and that was the Kuntershultz himself. And why would he tell D. Kuntershultz, D. Kuntershultz? Why would he tell him? And how could he tell him while he was in a coma? See the problem with this? The Kuntershultz is in a self-induced coma in a hospital bed, in his house or in the hospital, because they had to go back. There was 3 operations. One, and then coma, and then traction, and then another one, coma, more self-induced coma, more fucking traction, and then another one, a third one was supposed to come where there was more self-induced coma, more self-induced traction, but at the house, self-induced. So the Kuntershultz, he's in a fucking self-induced coma. How could he give the information to the D. Kuntershultz guy if he's in a self-induced coma? See the problem? There's a fucking problem here. So when I said to D. Kuntershultz, not the Kuntershultz, when I said to D. Kuntershultz, how the fuck do you know that piece of information? D. KUNTERSHULTZ answered me in the first fucking party as the first party, not the second party. And at that point, I said, you just fucked up. You just answered the question as the first party in the conversation, not the second party or passed down information. And that was the end of the conversation. He disappeared after that. He didn't want to have anything he didn't have anything else to say. I caught him in a fucking lie. I caught him in another fucking lie. Then I caught him in a third fucking lie. And then I caught him talking in the first person, not the second person. How does the second person talk as the first person so fluently about a topic he doesn't even not supposed to know about, and only 3 people in the fucking world know about it? You can't do that. You either are the first person, or you believe yourself to be the first person. Why? Because you're friends? Don't work like that. Jack says the bomb. We dropped the bomb. That was the fucking bomb. That was the Moab of all fucking statements. So the D. KUNTERSCHMIDT or D. KUNTERSCHULTZ, aka Liam D. KUNTERSCHULTZ, is in fact Warren KUNTERSCHULTZ. There is no separation of fucking KUNTERSCHULTZ and D. KUNTERSCHULTZ. They're both KUNTERSCHULTZ, yes. They're both KUNTERSCHULTZ is, yes. They're both members of the KUNTERSCHULTZ family, members of membership of the KUNTERSCHULTZ fucking family heritage line, yes. But one is the original KUNTERSCHULTZ, that's Warren D. KUNTERSCHULTZ, and the other one is Liam D. KUNTERSCHULTZ Carroll, C-A-R-R-L-E, Carroll. See, they're all KUNTERSCHULTZes, but some are more. It's like the statement that all animals are created equal, but some animals are more equal than others. You could look that up. Well, these all KUNTERSCHULTZes in the Germane of Germany, where from the heritage from a long time ago that's derived from the Latin, all the KUNTERSCHULTZes of the German family heritages. So in other words, like, say your KUNTERSCHULTZ family goes back like 1,000 years. Because the KUNTERSCHULTZes, there have been KUNTERSCHULTZes on this flat earth for millions of years. There has always been, wherever there has been man, there has been a KUNTERSCHULTZ as a balance of men, which is what Jack Thompson calls, what was that fucking name you used, Jack? There's a word. The Jack Thompson has a word. Not feminine men. What was the fucking name? Jack, come on. Spit it out. But that wherever there has been men in this world, flat earth or not flat earth, there has always been the counter of the known as, if there's a KUNTERSCHULTZ, there's an anti-KUNTERSCHULTZ or a de-KUNTERSCHULTZ. Tender man. So Warren KUNTERSCHULTZ, having become a tender man because of the need for friendship, or possibly the influence of a chemically induced coma, aka morphine coma, Warren KUNTERSCHULTZ has become a tender man and become friends with the insidious virus of CEBU, otherwise known as Joe Namath, because of his great upper body strength and arms and his ability to throw those things. I forget the name of those things, but those things. So the KUNTERSCHULTZ, wherever there's been KUNTERSCHULTZes for thousands of years, going back through the Germane of the Germanic languages and the Greek language, the Orthodox Greek language, and then eventually into Latin, there's always been KUNTERSCHULTZes, and there'll always be de-KUNTERSCHULTZes. However, this particular genre of KUNTERSCHULTZ has become a tender man KUNTERSCHULTZ, for want of friends, for need of notoriety, but he cannot disprove anything I said. And if he tries to do that, then the fucking gloves are going to come off. Because if you think that today's little dissertation was slightly, off color, I will fucking post screenshots and videos. You could do the same, but no one's going to like the outcome. And anything I've ever said on the internet, I'm okay with. But if you think that you're going to remain friends with the insidious virus, with the screenshots I got of what you said about the insidious virus, implementing him in extortion with no proof, talking about his family members with no proof, talking that shit. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is we have a Kuntershultz that did this, that none of the inner circle can figure out why. Nobody can figure out why the Kuntershultz did this. Nobody. Other than, now, there's still the possibility that the Kuntershultz is a rich man, and he might still send the money for the $23,000 for the cement mixer and the $7,000 for the rebar bender and say, fuck you, here's your money. But that ain't probably going to happen. And it don't matter. I'll buy them without the motherfucker, or I'll buy lesser value ones without the motherfucker. And when I say motherfucker, I don't mean motherfucker because, I just mean the guy, which is different than the insidious virus. They're different. So, yeah, the tender man, LOL, tender man. That's right. That's what he has become, a tender man. So, the common denominator between Scott Del Fuego, Andrew Steinmetz, Blue Rose, and Jack Thompson, and one other person whose name I did not mention, even though that person is well fucking known, if I mention that fourth person's name besides myself, there's the Jack Thompson, the Scott Del Fuego, myself, and the fourth person. If I mentioned the fourth person's name, there would be nobody, not a fucking person, wouldn't know who that person was. All of the four of us, when faced with the facts that the Warren Kunterschmidt backed out of the fucking deal, they all said the same thing. Why? And only I did not figure it out. I would not have figured it out if Jack had not said it. But Scott figured it out right away. The other third person did not know why and did not figure it out. But when I explained it to the third person as the way Jack and Scott explained it to me, and I realized it made sense. It made sense to the fourth person, which is the third person. But either way, everybody's in agreement that the Kunterschmitz, he did something so far. It's bizarre. It's beyond fucking. And then he's trying to give the insidious virus information about. Go ahead and give him the fucking information. Think I give a fuck? There's nothing that I have said on YouTube or in a chat fucking conversation that I would be slightly affected by, that other people haven't thought or said. And maybe I said something that might be a little bit off color, but nothing illegal. Nothing compared to what the fucking Kunterschmidt has fucking put down in chat, which we will not talk about. Don't make me go there, please. Don't make me go there. I'm asking you. You think that you should just drop this right now, or you could continue along the lines that you are, and we'll move it up to the next level. Next week is New Year's. Happy fucking New Year's, motherfucker. I'll put together a fucking show that it's going to take a while to review 800 pages. But I'll put that show together just for you, asshole. You fucking wasted 3 years of my fucking life, thousands of hours of my fucking time, all for what? For fucking what? So you could be the big guy on campus, only to fucking back out, figuring that I would never have, without you, I can't do what I want to do? Maybe I can. Maybe I will. Probably I will. Probably I can. And holding a golden carrot in front of my fucking face don't mean anything to me. There's a lot of reasons for that. A lot of reasons, actually. You're not going to bribe me with the possibility of getting money from you. I don't give a fuck about your money. It would have been nice for you to keep your fucking word. It would still be nice for you to send me the money and prove what a fucking asshole you were for doing this for no reason. It would be really nice if the fucking Girl Scouts really came and put fucking bracelets on the insidious virus. But I don't even know that that's true anymore. What the fuck did you tell me over the last fucking 3 years that is true? That's what I want to know. LOL, tender man. So, yeah, Scott DelFuego, if you want to fucking see what a tender man is, holy shit. Jack Thompson sent me the name of a video called Tender Man. Holy fuck. Holy shit, man. I looked at it, it hurt my head that somebody could be so fucking feminine and still believe himself to be a man. And it was funny as all get out. So does anybody have any questions while I'm here? Because look at this. 3 hours have gone by. So Louis Pagan Potts, I really want to thank you for all that fucking intelligent, valuable input to the conversation. Nothing but intelligence, as opposed to that fucking shit healer named the Hemorrhoid or the other. I got to tell you, there's a guy in Sin City that talks shit about everybody else. Well, I don't understand why, though. I think he has a lot of problems, a lot more fucking problems than me, but not as many as Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. But I think that guy is, remember the old Star Trek with the two brothers? They were like two halves, the yin and the yang, the black and the white. They were in perpetual fighting. They were like inside a sphere, and they fought for constantly trying to fight each other forever and ever. And somehow they got out of the sphere, and it was the good and evil, the black and white, the yin and the yang, the positive, the negative, the light and the dark. Well, eventually what they had to do was they had to go back into the sphere and fight until the end of time to save the universe, right? I think the guy in Las Vegas is inside, not the round sphere, fighting with another black or white unit of himself. I think he's inside a closet fighting with his alter ego in the closet. And that's why I think he's in Las Vegas, in Sin City, where he's releasing hormones, shall we say, privately, and then abusing people that are normal people publicly. And then he goes back into that closet at night, into that fucking low end of Sin City, and does his insidious fucking shit. And then in the daytime, he comes out and abuses normal people. Because he has got to be the most fucked up person that has ever posted videos on YouTube, aside from the insidious virus of CEBU, aside from Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. He's got to be in that top 3 category. What purpose does it serve for that fucking guy living in Sin City, who I think is in a kind of a fucking never-ending closet What purpose does it serve for him to come out and demean or degrade Princess Anne? For what fucking reason? Let's just go through this by the numbers. Princess Anne is basically a very, what we call simple province girl who has no hatred or animosity to anybody. Why would you want to go out and destroy her reputation for no reason? Number one. Number two, Princess Anne does not give a flying shit about 99% of the things that happen in the world, because Princess Anne has her own little world to deal with, her family, her friends. What would give you, what would bring you satisfaction to demean Princess Anne, or somebody like Princess Anne, or somebody like my ex-girlfriend Daisy May? Where is the value in that? There is no real value in it, other than some sick, psychotic, fucking negative fucking energy rush that you get. And I think you're just fucking mad at the entire fucking world, and that you're stuck inside the perpetuity of this fucking closet. You're a fucking, whatever it is that is inside the closet with you, or that you can't get out of the fucking closet, or out of Vegas, or out of Sin City. Something is fucking deeply disturbing that motherfucker, aside from the deeply disturbing shit that the guy does. I mean, forget about the anarchist stuff. That stuff doesn't bother me in the least. But you do some weird shit, dude. I mean, I'm not going to get, I don't want, this is not about you, but for you to abuse somebody like Princess Anne, who's never done a fucking thing to anybody, she's just a simple fucking province girl. How do you get a nut off by abusing a simple province girl? How do you get a nut off? Now, some of those videos that you post are true. There are some fucked up bloggers on YouTube. There are some fucking really scamming motherfuckers out there. People that everybody thinks is a good guy and a good channel. Why don't you just stick with that and not bother with people like, I think you made a video about the dragon lady. What the fuck do you care about the dragon lady for? She's in another fucking world altogether, that woman. She doesn't give a shit what you say. She's got big boobs, and she's pretty, and she's very talented when it comes to making plants grow and gardening and stuff like that. Why would she care what you say about her? She doesn't care about you. Why don't you stick to the real scumbags on YouTube? Why don't you stick to the real fucking scammers? You do realize there are fucking people out there fucking scamming their subscribers for not me. What did I fucking scam people for today? I got I don't know, $50, $60, and I worked for that for what, 3.5 hours? That's not scamming people, motherfucker. There are guys that are going to do 12 or 13-hour live streams today and tomorrow and next day and day after that. They're going to make, if you follow them from the fucking for 12 hours, they're going to make $600,000, $800,000 fucking dollars in a day. Go after those motherfuckers. You got a guy named Vinny Eastwood from Australia. He asked for a fucking a $2,500 computer. He got that in one day. He asked for a $4,000 vehicle he needed. He got that in one day. His baby was sick. He got like $10,000 for medical bills in a few days. He was going to have a baby and didn't have the money to put the baby in the hospital. And he got that money in a day or 2 days. He didn't have money to move from one apartment to the other. And he got that money. And there's people in fucking the Philippines that are worse than him. Concentrate on those motherfuckers. Don't talk shit about me that you can't prove. And don't talk shit about Princess Anne, because you're fucked up both mentally and spiritually. And you're stuck in some sort of a fucking closet, and that you have to live in fucking Sin City and fucking get drunk and make a goddamn fool out of yourself every fucking day. Jack goes to see you because you're a fucking train wreck waiting to happen. You are one sick fuck. We're not talking about sick, physically sick. You are mentally fucking twisted. A man that has to get fucking drunk every day. Really? What the fuck is it that you did in your life that you're trying to hide physically, emotionally, or mentally? What are you trying to cover up for? What lack of fucking self pride do you have? What did you do that's so fucked up that you're mad at yourself to make an asshole out of yourself every fucking day by drinking alcohol endlessly and living where you proudly say the place is full of cockroaches, which means there's many rats and mice as well? What do you possibly get from this? I don't understand it. All right, so there's no questions. Well, we do know that fucking guy lives a shit life. I mean, and he wants to make it. Oh yeah. Should I say it? I gotta flip a coin. Let me flip a fucking coin. Has anybody ever taken a close fucking look at that guy? A close up? Go on to his show. If you have a big screen, I won't even say what it is about him. Well, there are multiple things, but if you have a big screen TV or a high resolution screen, go to his show. And when you see a close up, when he gets really dig right in close like that, put it in really, really slow motion and watch the shit you see. It's fucking scary, man. Fucking really scary. He makes fun of my face, calls me melted candle face because I have little jowls and shit like that. That guy, stop the video. Stop the fucking video. Stop the video and look. Look at the wrinkles. Look at the texture of the skin. Look at the earlobes. Look at the sides of the face. Look at the wrinkles on that. Look at every fucking detail of every part of his entire face. You'll say, holy fuck. I'm sorry I did that. That's how fucking ugly that man is, in my opinion. Saban, well, that's psychological shit. Saban is laying that psychological shit. Self-hatred and addiction are bad companions, but they are companions. Addiction to, and I'm not saying that guy's addicted to anything other than alcohol. I would not know, although, I mean, anything is possible, but I am not saying what Saban is saying. I don't actually know enough about drugs to be able to look at the things I wanted you to look at. It were facial features, not how to see if the guy was on drugs or not, because that I cannot make a determination about. And I don't even believe it to be so. But what Sabine says is true. Self-hatred and addiction are bad companions, and they go together. I know some people that have done some really fucked up things in life, and they still to this day, if they're still alive, when last I spoke with them, they were alive, are still getting high and addicted to the same drugs they were addicted to back in the 1980s. That is some fucking serious fucking problems. They've given up houses, cars, boats, motorcycles, businesses, gas stations, family, children, all for fucking drugs and drug addiction. At some point, you got to, draw the line, but some people don't. So, I don't know. Does anybody else have something to say without mentioning names, without being an asshole? If you have a serious question about the hotel, because here are my plans. I plan on moving ahead. with the hotel, with or without Warren Kunterschmitz or Warren Kunterschnitzel or Warren Kuntershultz. It's going to be a different type of building process. One I'll take a lot more control over, because basically I will just be doing it. I will do it myself if I have to. I have no problem with that. And I know people, you can't. Anybody can do anything. Anybody can do anything. I've seen people build 50-foot fucking boats by themselves. I built a 21-foot cabin cruiser by myself. Anybody can do anything. Anybody can do anything if they put their mind to it. They just have to be willing to sacrifice the time. But yeah, so as far as construction, again, I have plans. Again, I have permits. Again, I have permission to build. I have permission to use heavy equipment. Again, I have permission to do whatever it is it says in the plans. I have permission to do myself, by myself, if I wish and choose to. I don't need permission from any other agency to do what I have permission to do. Unless I change the way I'm going to do it, I have permission to do such things. And inspectors have already come and looked around and said, okay, everything is cool, continue, not a problem. You people think you all know so much. You hear these fucking idiots on YouTube that don't know a fucking thing about construction talking about construction. How the fuck could you talk about construction if you don't know a fucking thing about construction? Here's the way it works. But that was easy. You know, one more thing. I don't know what day it was. What the fuck day was it? Scott DeFrego says, I'm sure it will be built and turn out well. Of course, even if it's just one pillar, one column, one beam box, one piece of rebar at a time. In the Philippines, you can build like that. You don't have to punch the whole fucking thing out in 6 weeks. So what I wanted to say when I just coughed like that, I don't know what day it is. I don't know what day it is now. Let's see, what is this? 1, 2, 3. 3 plus 7 plus 7 and a week before that. So it's been 20. What fucking day? What is today? It's been today 1, 2, 3, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 days. 25 days ago is when I went to the hospital that was next to where they were giving out food. And the woman read my blood pressure wrong at 165/135. And while she was reading that number to me and I was sitting at her desk, I said, that can't be fucking right. She goes, what do you mean? It's the machine says 165/35. And I said to the woman, my blood pressure is 120/80, period. That's what it always has been my whole life. It's never changed. It's never gone up. It never goes down. It's never changed. So she said, I said, do you have another machine? And she said, yes, inside the hospital itself. Let's go. Because she wrote it down on my card. She was in the process of writing it down. She had like a piece of paper. And then she was getting all my information and they fill out the card. So we went into the hospital and my blood pressure was 120/80. But when she said 165/135, I said, at that moment, I said, I will never smoke another cigarette. I quit. And it was easy for me to do so because I was partially in that area to make the video about the food. I was definitely in that area to make the video to get room for a party I was going to. And I was in that area, they have a store that sells cigarettes for 100 pesos per pack. Whereas if you buy it locally where I live, it's 130 or 120 pesos per pack. So I said, you know what? I'm going to quit. I don't have any cigarettes on my I don't smoke in public anyway, but I don't have any cigarettes on my person. I don't have any cigarettes at the house. I don't have any cigarettes in my bag or anywhere else that I might have stored cigarettes. I quit. And that was 25 days ago. I haven't smoked even one cigarette. But I did that for the other reason, in case that fucking coward in CEBU, the insidious virus of CEBU, ever decided to fucking try his luck in the ring. I know I can beat him. I don't have any problem with that. Mentally, physically, emotionally, fucking, you know, I have no worries about that. In a ring with rules and, you know, with a cut doctor and an ambulance, all that shit standing by. I am, you can't be 100% sure of anything, but I'm 99% sure. I won't even say 99.9% sure I could beat him. But when I beat him, let's say it lasted like 90 seconds. I would have probably been out of breath. That would have been embarrassing. So I was thinking ahead that if the fucking guy ever decides to drop, if his balls ever fucking drop, like when a dog, you see a dog that looks like a girl dog, but then eventually their balls drop. If his balls ever dropped and he did get in the ring with me, then I wouldn't be out of breath when I beat him. That was the reason I stopped smoking. Not because it's bad for me. Not because when I went swimming out in the deep that week and swam more than 1.5 kilometers, I don't get out of breath. Not because when I walk backwards in the sun at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Simply so that if I did decide to get in the ring with me, because at that time Warren KUNTERSHULTZ was offering $15,000 plus airfare and all that shit. When the KUNTERSHULTZ put the wager up, I said, you know what, let me quit smoking. At least I won't be out of breath when I kick his ass. That was it. Not because I was afraid of losing, because I'm not. Not because I didn't think I would win, because I do, but because I didn't want to be out of breath when I was done. I swear to God, that was the reason I quit smoking. Because smoking never affects anything that I do. I will walk 10 kilometers. I will ride my bicycle 6 or 8 kilometers in the hot sun. I don't get winded. I swim 1 kilometer without stopping. I swim 1,500 feet. 1,500 feet in one direction, and that is 1,047 strokes. 1,057 strokes. Then I swim back and within 20 strokes, depends on the tide. So if I swim only one direction, it's 1,047 strokes. And that's 1,500 feet. So it's basically a little bit like a foot per stroke, a little bit more than 1 foot per stroke. But that's because I'm swimming constantly. I don't rest my arms for that distance. So anyway, that's why I quit smoking. And that is my blood pressure, 120/80. The shill. Oh my God, Jay. I'm glad you stopped by. Jay is a blogger, and I don't want money from the shill today. Out of the clear blue sky, Jay stopped by about 5 weeks ago and put $50 in Super Chat, which I think is great. Thank you, Jay. But more than that, Jay is one of probably 15 people that I would really want to meet. He has a personality. He's not a scammer by what some people believe to be a scammer. And he's pretty smart. And one thing that I really appreciate about Jay or the Shell who's here is he actually tried to start a business, a bad business to be in the Philippines as a foreigner. But it would have been good if it would have worked. But Jay, I'm going to tell you something. Yes, Jay is here talking about to find good workers. Now that's a tough. See, now I didn't look at Jay's comment until just now, but that's where I was going. You can have the incentive and you could have the initial deposit for the thing, but you can't do everything all the time. Now, as far as workers are concerned, Jay brought up a great point. Thank you for bringing that up. You have no fucking idea what it's like to work with Filipinos. I have a friend of mine, Mai. Now, I don't work on his job, but we just became friends because it looks like he's going to be the contractor for my job. But we became friends. Fucking completely oddball thing happened that we said hello to each other one day and we just hit it off. He's an honest, hardworking, intelligent Filipino man that has his architectural degree and can do the actual contracting for my job as the contractor. And he also has the contacts because he built a multi-unit complex not so far away from here, and he did the whole contracting thing himself. So he knows the engineers that are going to have to sign off on the job. He knows the architects, but he also knows how to deal with the Filipino workers. But I watched the Filipino workers. I am friends with his neighbor. I won't say his neighbor's name, but I am friends and have been. And at that time, Daisy and I used to go to my neighbor's house often. And I would always stop on the way to my friend's house to say hello to Mai. And his workers, they're unfucking believable. I would stop by and the cement mixer would be over there where it always is, and they'd be mixing cement on the grass. And I'd say, what the fuck, what's going on? Mai's in Manila. And I would say, well, why aren't you using the cement mixer? It has no gas. So I'll go get a couple of containers of gas. No, you cannot. I'm going, why can't I get gas? No, Mai has to get the gas. Only Mai can put the gas in the cement mixer. So had I went and got the gas, they would have took the gas home and gave it to their friends or used it for their motorcycles. They would not have put it in the cement mixer because they would rather make cement by hand on the grass, on the dirt with the mud, put it in buckets, and then hump it up to the second floor rather than shovel buckets of sand and gravel in a one bag cement mixer. Why? Because it's more days of work. So when I got home, I called up Mai and I told him, look, do you want me to go back and buy gas? Because the foreman himself told me, no, don't buy gas. He made it clear he didn't want me to buy gas. I said, okay. I mean, if you don't want. But Mai said, no, don't buy gas. He goes, they won't use it. They'll put it in their motorcycles. I said, okay. So to get good workers is different than to get workers. So I'll leave that part of it up to Mai. And he eventually got a crew that he could work with, but it's not easy. In America, it was hard to get good men also. So Jay has a good point. Great swimmer, says LaRue. Yeah, I like swimming. Oh, yeah. Didn't I show you people? Oh, yeah, that was when I was still fucking looking for my partner. Remember that video? I was out in the deep. That fucking water is, well, I mean, it's not that deep, but 70 feet, 66 feet, 75 feet where the buoy is. And I only go out to the buoy to do the swimming because out there in the deep, when you look down, you can't see the bottom, but you can see 40 feet, 35, 40 feet. So the visibility is 35 or 40 feet out in the deep, but you can't see the bottom because the bottom is 70 feet away. But I go out to the deep to swim along the shoreline because sometimes you see a sea turtle, and they're just interesting to look at. I mean, you know, and when I say a sea turtle, I'm not talking about like a little turtle like that. On the buoy are crustaceans that you'll see in that video I made. You'll see it looks like orange barnacles, orange mussels. We would call them mussicles. They call them mussels. We call them mussels, but they call them barnacles here. They're edible for human consumption, but the turtles eat them too. So if you go into a restaurant and get mussels here, the mussels you see on the chain of the buoy are the mussels you get in a restaurant. But anyway, the turtles will come and grab the mussels or the barnacles and also some of the algae off the bottom of the buoy. So I go out to the buoy so I can see the sea turtles. And when I say sea turtles, they're big. They're, I don't know how big they are. Some of them are 3, 4, 5 feet in diameter. They're not small turtles. You know, some of them you'll see, they'll just swim right by you. 10 to 12 feet away, they'll be 4 feet in diameter, maybe 5 feet. I don't know. They're big. They're way bigger than me. And some of them are in a distance. You don't know how big they are. They're like at the end of the vis spectrum. The vis spectrum is how visibility, it stands for visibility. So if your vis is in the deep, your vis is usually 35 feet, about 35, 40 feet. And you might see a turtle in as a shadow at the end of your vis. It could be 5, 6 feet, could be that big. I don't know. You know, I've seen them that big, but not here. But they swim here. They live in the ocean. I just haven't seen one that big here. There's a place called Turtle Island. It's called Balakasag Island, and you go around the back of Balakasag Island on a rowboat, and you'll see ocean turtles in the back there. Not 5 feet, not quite 3 feet, but a lot of them. Now, you could see a 5-footer, but I did not the few times I've been to that part of the island. Well, Lewis, I don't know the answer to that question. I would not have a use for sea aquarium stuff. I will tell you that the locals will catch anything. So, and they'll either keep it alive in a bucket or they'll just let it die from, you know, asphyxiation. So there is never, ever, ever have I ever seen a local get in trouble for catching any fish, any size, anywhere. However, with that said, in the video I did of the deep, you can't see a new string of buoys that's up. There is now where I swim, where I always swam on the inside of the deep. There's a beautiful section of reef, and it has very, very exotic fish. All the different species of fish, because the coral is, it's 600 feet away from a hotel, and then there's no hotels at all for another 2,000 feet. So that part of the reef, just where it is, the current that comes up on the reef, is the most beautiful section of reef. Well, when I went out that day to the buoy, that within a few weeks before that, they put up a string of buoys to section off what they call the fish sanctuary. I know for a fact in that fish sanctuary, you're not allowed to take fish, but just outside the line, the fishermen fish. I see them fishing with gill nets outside the line. So if they can catch any kind of fish, shellfish, conch, snails, octopus, any fish without having trouble, they just can't fish in that one area. So I guess if you had an aquarium, you could pay one of the locals to go out there with a blowgun. I don't know if anybody knows what a blowgun is. A blowgun is, it's like a big air chamber, and it's got a rubber diaphragm in it, and you push the diaphragm forward. And when you pull the trigger, the diaphragm pulls back and sucks in like 1 cubic liter of water. It's called a blowgun. It catches exotic fish. That's how they catch exotic fish. I don't have one. I've seen them used in real life on a reef in Florida. I've seen them used in aquariums. But I guess if you had a blowgun and you wanted to go out and catch exotic fish, I would imagine you could do that. So yeah, I would think you could. I don't know as a foreigner if you could, but the locals could and bring it back for you for sure. The locals don't get in trouble for catching anything. I don't spearfish, and I don't fish, and I never fished, and I rarely ever spearfished. It's just too much fucking work. I'd rather just watch them and go to the store and buy whatever I want. That shit is cheap enough here to go buy. If I'm going to go scuba diving, I don't want to go spearfishing, but I think there is a rule about that too. I think if you are using air tanks, I don't think you can spearfish. That I'm pretty sure about. But if you're a free diver with no tanks, you can use a spear gun to catch fish. That I know, because I see the spear divers, the free divers with the spear guns every day. I see them catch shit, and they don't have a permit on their motorcycle or anything like that. So I don't know what the rules are because I don't do that. I'm not a fisherman, not a hunter. I tried it. It's just too much fucking work. So for a fish tank, I guess if the local caught it, you'd be able to use it. But for spearfishing, I don't know if a foreigner is allowed to spearfish even. Well, I guess they're allowed to spearfish if they're free diving, but I do know you're not allowed to use a spear gun if you have tanks on. That's for sure. That I'm sure of. I don't know why I remember that, but I remember it. It's not something I would care about because I don't do it. We have a troll here. He was trolling too. Thank you very much for shutting that guy down. Oh, I guess he shut himself down. Anybody else have any questions? So let me go through my notes. Let's see if I'm done with my notes. Yeah, that was pretty much it. We did that. We did the excuse. Let's not invest any money till we get the insidious virus in jail. That was one excuse that I said, fuck you. I don't like that at all, that idea. The second excuse was, let's not invest any money till I get my lawyers to come with me to the Philippines. And I said, how much is that going to cost? And he said, $800,000. I'm going, fuck the lawyers. Just give me $80,000 and I'll start. When you get here, you bring the lawyers with you. That was more bullshit. I didn't like that answer. And then after the lawyers came with him, then we could start building. Fuck that idea too. And then he said, after my sickness is fucking cured, then we'll start building, which could happen, and hopefully it would happen at that time. Hopefully it would happen. Now I don't really care much about whether it does or not. I do believe he's sick, but I don't care much whether his sickness gets better or worse. Not after stealing 3 fucking years of my life, you cocksucker. And I don't mean a real cocksucker like Jack Thompson, because he's trying to quit. I mean, you cocksucker that you wasted 3 years of my fucking life to pull a fucking maneuver like this, you motherfucker. You are a piece of shit. We're talking about Warren KUNTERSHULTZ right now. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ, you are a piece of shit. Pretending that you're going to do this, that, and the other thing. So the possibility exists that the KUNTERSHULTZ has been lying to me and everyone else on YouTube for 3 years, including Daisy May. For all the years that we were friends and the 3 of us chatted and that we were going to build something together, he lied to Daisy May too, you fucking piece of shit. All the KUNTERSHULTZ had to do was say he was fucking broke, or he didn't want to build a hotel with me. He didn't trust me. He didn't like me. He didn't think I could do it. What? I did all of this work. I got the plans. I got the permits. I got all the materials. I dug all the footings. I got rid of all the fucking... I dug out all the solid coral to put the footings in. I did all of that fucking work, and you don't think I could do it? No, that's not the case. The truth is you're a fucking low-life scumbag pretending to have money in the opinion of most people, and that you fucking lied so that people will look up to you and you'll be your friend. Now they look at you as a piece of shit that you are. Then you befriended, what did you befriend? An insidious fucking virus. Yeah, that went a long way for you. Had you said, I don't have the money. Had you said, I don't want to be your partner. Had you said, I don't think I'm going to live long enough to build a hotel, I would have went along with that. And I would have told the people what you said, and I would have never talked to you again. Because talking to you again, there's only one way for that to happen. There's just one way. That you come up with some concept that you have a bigger plan, and included in that bigger plan is within the next 10 days, you drop $80,000 in my bank account. Anything short of that, and I would suggest you put your tail between your fucking legs, admit that you're a fucking scoundrel and a scammer, a liar, lying cocksucker. And I don't mean cocksucker like Jack Thompson. I mean imaginary cocksucker. And now you're sucking the imaginary cock of the insidious virus. Why did you... all you had to say was that you were fucking broke, or you don't want to build a hotel with me, or you don't want to build any fucking hotel, or you don't trust me, or you don't think I could build a hotel, or you don't think I could find a contractor to build a hotel with your money, or you think I'm going to fuck you for your money. All you had to do was say that, and I wouldn't have had to spend 3 hours explaining to people what a piece of shit you are in real life. Or you could have said, after learning about what it's like to live in the Philippines, you don't want to live here, because living in the Philippines is not for everyone. I would have never talked to you again. I would have told everybody the truth, but it would have been better than what you did. What you did is you befriended an insidious virus in Cebu, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of Cebu, because of his powerful chest and arms and his ability to throw those things. You fucking befriended an insidious virus. But no, your fucking plan was to make Jack Thompson, was to make Jack Thompson be the mole. What the fuck is wrong with you, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ? To become friends with an insidious virus in Cebu, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of Cebu, That was your fucking choice over just telling people the truth? Bad choice. And not only that, if you ever did team up with the insidious virus, what do you hope to gain? What do you hope to gain? The insidious virus is going around telling everybody you're going to make him a millionaire, and you fucking will. That guy would have to be dumber than fucking me after what I just said and explained. He'd have to be dumber than fucking me to still be your friend and not know that you're fucking him too. He's next on the list. And everybody on the internet wants to spray that motherfucker with some kind of disinfectant because they believe, a lot of people on the internet, he is teamed up with some sort of satanic entity. I don't know if that's true or possible, but that's what people believe. So basically, by proxy, you have become friends with the forces of Satan itself. Question mark. Question mark. The forces of Satan itself. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Maybe FSV doesn't fuck with Jack as he's in the closet and wants to give Jack a Slurpee, 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 and wants to give Jack a Slurpee. Maybe FSV wants to give Jack a Slurpee. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. But you should note that does not make Jack a cockle sucker. I heard that from Justin Minicino, who was in jail forever for a crime that he was accused of committing. There was no fucking way on earth that Justin Minicino was ever going to see the light of day. One day, somebody came to me, to my house in Key Largo, Florida, and said, Mr. Fazio, it was a woman, said, we want to rent your downstairs apartment. Can we see it? And I said, sure. So I showed it to her. And I showed it to Mom, a nice elderly woman who was in her early 70s. Mom. I called her Mom because she was just, she was such a sweet lady. Always cooking shit for me, always inviting me downstairs for dinner, always setting the fucking table like old. She was from New Jersey, an Italian woman from New Jersey. So Mom moves into my apartment by herself, and the daughter, Mom's daughter, comes over all the time, and Mom's daughter is stupid rich. Okay, I didn't know how stupid rich she was, but stupid rich. So she comes over all the time, and then one day, another woman comes over the house. Fucking gorgeous woman, unbelievable, really beautiful. Mom's daughter was an attractive lady, but not drop dead gorgeous. So this drop dead gorgeous woman comes with draped in jewelry and fine clothes. She lives in Miami, and she's got a young man about 16 years old with her. Kid is a piece of shit. All he wants to do all day is smoke cigarettes and play some sort of Nintendo game, because this was going back into the year, it was 1999 or the year 2000, or just wants to play video games on television. So she comes, and I don't remember her name exactly. Could have been April, but I'm not sure that it was April. And I don't remember his name at all right now. So anyway, she comes, And Mom says she's going to stay downstairs. I said, yeah, that's okay. You rent the place $1,200 a month, and you can have up to 4 people downstairs. It's okay for me. So she goes, well, there'll be one more person in a few weeks. It's okay. So the lady and I had nothing in common. Apparently she was very wealthy. Not Mom's daughter. She was very wealthy, but down to earth. The other lady was very wealthy, but not so down to earth. And the boy, there was nothing to talk to the boy about. He was just useless. All he did was play games. He went outside. All he did was smoke cigarettes 24 hours a day. He was outside smoking cigarettes. Anyway, at least he smoked them outside, right? So a couple of weeks, maybe a month go by. Now another girl shows up named Mary. And Mary I knew because I went out with a girl who knew Mary. So I had known Mary for probably 5 years. So Mary says, do you know who's coming to live here? I said, no. She says, Justin is coming to live here. Okay, what does that mean to me, Mary? So she told me his last name. And his name preceded his reputation. His reputation preceded him in the Florida Keys. So I said, no, that's not possible. Yeah. Now I remember the boy's name. The boy's name is Justin because it's the same name as the father. Okay, so I said, that's not possible. He's in jail for life, forever. And why is he in jail for life? Well, I won't tell you why he's in jail, but he's in jail forever. He can never come out of jail, ever. Not possible. But apparently, if you give a judge $1 million, apparently it's possible to get a parole after being in jail for 10 years with no possibility of parole. $1 million gets you a parole. So a few weeks later, he shows up, and him and I hit it off fucking really well. Like, he's from New Jersey. He's Italian. I'm from New York. I'm Italian. We're both, fun to hang out with. We both have the same, happy-go-lucky attitude. So one day, we took out one of the boats. The rich sister had many boats. So we took out one of the boats. And we were going down a deep water canal towards, at the end of the day, we went to, first we went to, what the fuck was the name of that place? Up at 103, 105. There was a bar and restaurant on the water at 106, 108, 105. Forgot the name. Forget that shit so many years ago. Anyway, we went there and there wasn't much happening. We grabbed something to eat. He paid for everything. And then we went to the sandbar down in Isla Mirada because the boat that we had was one of the business's boats, and it went about 35 miles an hour in the ocean. But we took the bay side, which would allow it to go about 38, 39 miles an hour. So we went down to the sandbar. Wasn't much happening there. And we came home. And at night, we were coming home. And we weren't drinking or anything like that. And we were going down the canal. And it was a canal that I had been down many times before on my rowboat. My Ocean Racer would not go down that canal. It wouldn't go down that canal. But I don't think I had the Ocean Racer at the time. But my Anna Capri would, and I may have gone down that canal one time, but I swam down that canal more than I went down there with a boat. And he's going past this guy's house, this gorgeous house. And this guy owns, I'm not going to tell you the name of the restaurant, but he owns the most famous restaurant on the water in Key Largo on the ocean side, not the bay side, the ocean side. And he goes, those two guys Those two guys are cocksuckers. And they were. That's what they were. They were two gay men. So we were laughing. And I don't know how to pose this, but he goes, there's really nothing wrong with being a cocksucker, you know. And I'm going, oh, yeah? Well, I guess after you spent 10 years in fucking jail, yeah, I said it just straight out. I said, I guess after 10 years in jail, you become a cocksucker. He goes, oh, no. He goes, I never sucked the cock, but I let them. And I'm going, oh, all right. Well, if that's what you say. I mean, there was no proof for that. But, yeah, that was a funny story that he told me. It's okay if they do it to you, but you don't have to do it to them. It doesn't make you a cocksucker like Jack Thompson is a cocksucker, but not a real cocksucker. And that is as true and as accurate of a story that I can remember from the year 2000 and probably the year 2000, and an actual true story about how people in jail look at that. Even big, tall, grown, handsome, strong, tough guys look at that shit after they're in jail for 10 years. I don't know that I would ever change my mind, but that was what he said. And we were up to breaking news. Maybe FSV doesn't fuck with Jack. Maybe FSV doesn't fuck with Jack because he's in a closet and wants to give Jack a Slurpee. And that's how we got on that subject 20 minutes ago. Does that make Jack a cocklesucker? No, it does not. According to Justin, does not. And here is the definition of the word insidious. To save definition of insidious: having a gradual and a cumulative effect, kind of like being in the joint for 10 years and changing your attitude about sex. A cumulative effect, subtle insidious pressures of modern life. A disease developing so gradually as to be well established before becoming apparent. Developing so gradually as to be well established before becoming apparent. Entrapping, entrapment, entrapping, entrapment, treacherous, insidious, seductive, insidious. And I think my notes are done. Now, one more thing I will say to the fucking Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ looks like Warren KUNTERSHULTZ has become a tender man, either due to the want and need for friends on social media, or possibly an accumulation of mixed drugs has coddled his fucking mind, and has, according to Jack Thompson, Warren KUNTERSHULTZ is a tender man. And this is the beginning of my thing. Yep, this is the beginning of my notes. I had to copy it down. I went through this. Tell the fucking insidious virus to publish, dole out. Go ahead and dole out my private information. I don't care. Go ahead and do it. I demand the KUNTERSHULTZ denies this virus access to his bank account. I demand Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. I demand Warren KUNTERSHULTZ denies this insidious virus his bank account. I demand he denies the insidious virus his bank account. And tell the insidious virus in CEBU, otherwise known as the Joe Namath of CEBU, to publish what it gleaned whilst Warren KUNTERSHULTZ was under the influence of morphine or other psychosomatic drugs. There you go. I'm okay with this. I'm okay I would rather have seen at that time the KUNTERSHULTZ not get turned into an ATM machine, not get extorted. But now I'm not even sure that the insidious virus tried to extort money from him. I'm not sure that ever happened. I'm sure that I have it in Skype chat. I'm sure that I have it in other chat. I'm sure I even have it someplace in mail. I'm not sure that the insidious virus actually said that he's going to extort the KUNTERSHULTZ, because along with the words that the insidious virus appeared to want to extort money from the KUNTERSHULTZ, there's no proof of the insidious virus saying those words. So either that happened, the insidious virus either did say those words, which I don't think it did, or a much sadder truth is that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ never intended to be my partner. Never intended to be my partner. Never intended to be my partner, and lied in both public and lied in both public and lied in both public and private to me. All our personal friends and all our personal friends and all our personal friends and all our personal friends about this for no reason I can understand then other than he wanted friends. And then it goes on to this that he gave me as to why he didn't want to start the project, which is bullshit. Let me go back to my live stream. Oop. Louis Pagenpons, he's come to the conclusion. He's concluding shit like a dialogue. You know what that reminds me of? Louis Pagenpons coming to a conclusion. There was a show called The FBI with Ephraim Symbolis Jr. back in the 70s, I think it was. And they would have 4 parts of the show: the beginning, the middle, the close to the end, and then at the end they called the epilogue. I think it was the epilogue. That's what that comment reminds me of, the epilogue, the final. It's the finality. Louis Pagenpons says, Mike, have a good one, LOL. I actually sat through, Louis Pagenpons, sat through the whole 4-hour show. He says, the young and the restless have nothing on you guys in the Philippines. You are the best. What a soap opera. God bless. So wait, am I the best? Or are all the Philippines bloggers the best? Let's clarify. Wow, sunshine on you. So, yeah, sunshine. So maybe you missed the beginning of the show, because I did ask for questions. And Sunshine, the low IQ, lowbrow that Sunshine is, says, what a stupid this break news that your biggest troll. Whatever the fuck you just said. When you done use Warren, then you get all money he sent you. And this is your return. What kind of friend are you? And you, Jack Thompson, are the same. So first of all, Sunshine, if it doesn't appear that English is your first language, so we're not going to do English grammar or spelling or anything like that. But Sunshine, Warren Hunt has given me exactly $2,500. That money is for a computer, and that money is in the bank. And in the beginning of the show, I made it clear as day that nowhere in any Skype chat, so in case you don't understand English so well, I will say that Warren KUNTERSHULTZ has never asked me for the money for the computer back, ever. Not once. I have offered it back many times. That I can prove. I don't have to prove it to you because you have trouble following what the truth is. But I'm telling you what the truth is. There's no proof. There is no chat. There was no screenshot of chat. There was no video of chat. There was no video of anything. There was no video that was made by anybody asking me for the money back. There was no one ever asked me for the computer money back. Only you believe that I robbed somebody's money. For the amount of time I have invested into this fucking worthless piece of shit, lying fucking possible psychopath, possible fucking sociopath. And if he had to pay me for my fucking time that he lied to me for 3 years, 3.5 years, and he lied to everybody else, he would owe me fucking millions of dollars. But had he asked me for that money back a month ago, I'd have sent it back before I knew what a piece of shit liar that he was. Probably now I would not send it back. Only because he made me look like a fool for 3 years believing him. So, but he never once asked for it back. That's the truth. The truth is he never asked for it back. The truth is I offered it back a dozen times. That's the truth. The truth is I could prove that, but I don't have to prove it to you. But that's the truth. He knows that. I know that. Everybody that knows me knows that. Everybody that's here that is my friend knows that. Everybody knows I offered that money back. And I had my reasons. You're not holding fucking a lousy 25. You people think that $2,500 is a lot of money. Well, it is, but not to me. Okay? It's just $2,500 is it's a considerable amount of money in the Philippines, but it's not enough money for me to sell my soul for. It was never asked to be returned, even till this day, even till yesterday. It's never been asked to be returned. So you don't really know what you're talking about, Sunshine. So, yeah. Okay, we're done with Lewis. We're done with Sunshine. I told you, I gave you your answer. I gave you the opportunity to ask a question or make a statement. You did so. It was a reasonable statement, a reasonable facsimile of possible truth, but it's not true what you think. What you think is because of the insidious virus that you're friends with, but it's not the truth. So moving on. Louis Pagan Ponce clarifies that, what the fuck was the name of that? Louis Pagan Ponce, the comment is, Mike, have a good one, LOL. I have actually sat through the whole 4-hour show. So he says, the young and the restless have nothing on you guys in the Philippines. You are the best. What a soap opera. God bless. So the young and the restless is a daytime soap opera that's been on, it might still be on, but it was on for the whole of my life as a child. My mother watched Days of Our Lives and The Young and the Restless. I think those two, with the guy from Father Knows Best, if I remember correctly. But there was 2 soap operas she watched, and only 2. That was it. And you could watch them forever and nothing would change. So, but it's a long-standing show. It's just something for somebody to do during the afternoon. Now it's all commercials. But Lewis says, the young and the restless have nothing on you guys in the Philippines. You, Michael Fazio, you are the best. When I asked them, all the bloggers are the best or I'm the best? Lewis clarifies, says, you, Michael Fazio, you're the best. No, just you, Mike, exclamation point. You are the best, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, Louis Pagan Ponce. Slick Willie. Slick Willie. I told you, Slick Willie only comes out when he has something to say. I know some of the people that have oddball names. I know who they are and how they think. I said before, Slick Willie only comes out when he has something to say, and he had something to say. Slick Willie says, please, please. I could picture Slick Willie saying, fucking please, please, Polly Hogue, stop butchering the English language, sunshine. Sunshine on you, a.k.a. Oh, he's calling her a name. He's calling her a name. Ah, I see where you're going with that. Well, we don't know that that's the truth, but that is possible. That is possible. I would never have, that would have never crossed my mind, Slick Willie. To be honest, I don't give that kind of commentary much thought. I know the person is not Native American English or not natural English speaking, but I don't make fun of people that speak other languages as their second or third language, because whoever that sunshine is, they speak better English than I speak Visaya or German or Irish or not Irish, but German or Dutch or anything like that. So they actually, but that could be a good guess. Anybody else have any questions? But I offered the opportunity to have a question. But there's a lot of people walking by today. They're waiting for me to show my face. So I'll have a little sip of water, and I guess I'll have to wrap this up. I think I covered most of what had to be covered. If the insidious virus, of course, they'll have to, as Jack Thompson would say, the insidious virus is counting down to the end of my show. 10, 9, 8, and getting ready to launch his rebuttaling. That's what the insidious virus does. He rebuttals. Rebuttaling, not that it ever makes any sense or any logistics. There's no logistics to the rebuttaling. It's just bullshit. Fucking, it sounds like the ramblings of the dribblings of a drunken fool sometimes in English, and not such good English at that. Holy shit. Who says this better than anybody else? Who said this last week? Simo? No, that's a guy's a piece of shit. Simulacron. Simulacron said, that guy butchers the fucking English language a little bit. He gets everything a little wrong. Like, some of the shit he gets wrong is just like, how do you get it wrong? It's right there. I mean, I don't know. Jeff Olson. Okay. We're getting into some juicy shit here. Jeff Olson got fucking dirt. That's what we want to see, dirt. Jeff Olson, I have information that the hemorrhoid worked together with Warren KUNTERSHULTZ and the Frankster to coordinate this. Hemi eventually turned on Warren KUNTERSHULTZ and leaked the information publicly, hence why Warren went on Cheese live stream. Whoa! That's all conjecture. I don't know who any of those people are. The Hemi. I guess that would be the hemorrhoid. Warren would be the Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. So yeah, I could picture the fucking hemorrhoid. The hemorrhoid is a long-term troll. Thank you for that. Hemi is the brains of this operation. So the hemorrhoid here. So here's what the hemorrhoid is getting the KUNTERSHULTZ to work with the insidious virus. Fucking, what a fucking crew that makes. Holy shit. Holy shit. We have a hemorrhoid working with a KUNTERSHULTZ and an insidious virus towards an objective goal. Did I get that right, Jeff Olson? That's amazing. And none of that could be true. That's just conjecture. He says, I have information. Where is the proof? Where is the proof that any of these people are involved? But, I don't know. All I know is my truth. So we, wow, holy shit stains. 4 hours and 40 minutes. Oh my God. Somebody's gonna have to review this fucking video. Somebody. I remember telling the judge, somebody better get down here and take care of business. Telling that shit to the judge. That was fucking funny as all get out. Fucking, that was funny. I don't want to repeat that story. It's a whole story for a different day. I will tell you though, that fucking judge looked at me with fucking cross-eyed. The two police officers that were leaning up against the door jamb to make, they were like, you know, they were there, they were on duty, and they were kind of there as a backup for the court officer. That fucking, those two guys were laughing so hard when I told the judge, somebody got to come down here and service this. Somebody got to come. He went fucking, they were laughing so fucking hard. There was people all over the courtroom laughing. The only people that weren't laughing were the people that were fucking going to have their hearing next after me. They were not laughing. Warren Kunterschnitzel went on Cheese live stream. Now, if that doesn't fucking reduce your fucking IQ, nothing will. Warren Kuntershultz ran on Cheese live stream. I don't know when or if that happened, to pretend it wasn't true. Did that happen? Did that happen today? I don't, you know, there's people whose shows I watch and people whose shows I don't watch. 3 days ago. No, I would not. Let me tell you what I was doing 3 days ago, Jeff. I have about, I don't know, I don't have a lot of people that I still talk to in America, but there are upwards of 20 people that I am still friends with that are on my Skype account. Then I have former members of my Patreon community and current members of my Patreon community that whenever they feel like talking, they send me a message and we talk. So 3 days ago was, yesterday was Christmas. Today's the day after Christmas. I would not do this on Christmas Eve. I'm not that fucking douchebag that pumped out 34 fucking hate videos about me and Barry. 34 fucking videos, really? Fucking hating on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day? That is a fucking man that doesn't have a life. But so 3 days ago would have been, today is the day after Christmas. Yesterday was Christmas. The day before Christmas, that would have been 3 days ago. And the day before that, which would have been the 23rd, no, I would not have been watching. I will tell you that watching Cheese live stream can reduce your IQ. It can happen. when you have 4 or 5 people talking in foreign languages with fucking accents that you can't understand and all talking over one another and none of them have anything to say, it reduces your IQ. You can feel it. You can put the show on and you can feel your IQ dropping fucking multiple fucking points by the minute. I'm not being facetious about this either. There is nothing for me to glean on Chi's live stream. Nothing at all. I can't glean anything about the Philippines. I can't glean anything about the Philippines bloggers. I can't glean anything about life in the Philippines. Even those fucking shows, I watched one of the shows about a waterfall on her show. I watched that because I like waterfalls. It doesn't have Chi in the fucking video. It looks like someone took a video off the internet of a waterfalls and posted it on her channel as her video, but it's not her in the video or her taking the video or her doing the music. I like the video of the waterfall, but it's not her doing it. So I didn't learn anything from that. So I will not watch her show. I know there's people that I can't watch that. I stopped watching that when the only person that ever interested me on the show left the show. That was Big E in CEBU. After Big E left, I watched it a few more times. The content, no, that doesn't interest me. That kind of content that she was pumping out. Not only did I think it was something I wouldn't watch. Why would I watch something I wouldn't watch? So I don't want to say what it was, but everybody knows what it was. It's not what I would watch. I don't watch that shit. I'm being serious. When you watch Chi's show, and she's doing the best she can. There's no doubt about that. But when you listening to these people talk about the shit they talk about, your IQ drops 2 or 3 fucking points a minute. I'm surprised Jeff Olson has enough IQ to put a cognitive sentence up there. The wife doesn't know about this account. Okay, well, even a week ago, the wife doesn't know about this account. I don't watch Chi's show at all. I don't watch it. I don't look in on it. It doesn't interest me at all. So thank you for the wife doesn't know about this account. That was to say he did not give money to Chi. So that title, something about money, as you have been running around saying, it was a week ago, not 3 days ago. Okay, so apparently she and he confirmed there has been no money lent to her. You're lying to garner support here. See? Now, I don't know who's telling the truth, because I am not personally in touch with anybody from there. I can't even call somebody up. I used to have that ability, but I don't have that ability anymore. The number was changed. Okay, the wife doesn't know about this account. All right, so # Jeff Olson. Post all your proof in a video. Tell you what, let's save everybody some time. I have plenty of fucking time. And somebody's going to have plenty of time to review this video. So, Jeff Olson, if you have, what are we looking for proof of now? Just talking about Chi's show, my fucking IQ dropped 5 points. I got to tell you. Let's see. He went on Chief Show to deny information. Okay. So Jeff Olson is saying that Warren, KUNTERSHULTZ, and Chi and the hemorrhoid. And the hemorrhoid is behind all of this. Well, the wife doesn't know about this account, says post all your proof in a video. That would not be possible. Because first of all, it's good though. It's good that you guys are getting involved here. Nobody can prove anything that the hemorrhoid says because he has no face, no channel, and he doesn't post videos. So that can't be proven. It can only be proven that a guy or woman with the hemorrhoid troll account name posted something, but not who posted it. So that can't be proven. And then Jeff Olson says, I don't blame you for not watching Chi. I know she came back. I don't know why she left, because at that time I didn't watch her show for months when she had gone away. It's like, okay, here it is. I don't do heroin, right? I never saw heroin. I don't know what heroin looks like. So if you said to me, here's some fucking heroin, I wouldn't know what it looked like. Not only wouldn't I know what it looked like, but I wouldn't use it. So I don't use heroin, so I don't know what it. Now, I could know what it looked like if I ever saw it, but I don't know that I ever saw it, so I don't know what it looked like. So shows that I don't watch because they serve no purpose. Now, at one point, I enjoyed Chi's show when Big E was on there. It was a lot of fun, and he's quite the character. I look forward to meeting Big E even till this day. But if I don't watch a show, I don't even watch like seconds of it. So what do I remember from that title? That show a week ago, something about somebody giving somebody money. I may have watched like a minute of the show. I may have. But I don't remember it. I pretty much, if it's memorable, I would remember it. If it's could have been when he was on, when he wasn't on, I don't know. But I don't remember the show or watching it. I kind of remember the title. Anyway, so Jeff Olson says, I don't blame you for not watching Chi. And I will tell you that about sometime in the middle of the night last night, the show, you know how your cursor moves over videos, and sometimes it clicks the next video button on the video you're watching. One of her shows popped up on the screen. And I don't remember, I only watched it for a few seconds, and she had these fucking nails, orange nails. They were fake. They were wraps. They were about, I don't know how long they were. They were pretty long. I don't know, how the fuck do you do dishes? Or how do you do any kind of physical work with fucking half-inch long bright orange wraps? That's what I saw, those wraps. And it might have been on for 10 or 15 seconds, and I shut it off. So that I remember. But other than that, I don't remember. I remember something about the guy talking about money, but I don't remember. All right, so Sunshine is back, and Jeff Olson, I know this. Oh boy. Okay, Jeff Olson, I know that. Jeff Olson, I know this. You, Jack, I'm the one watch that time only Warren. KUNTERSHULTZ. Go to the panel to clear that not true. The story lies. Don't make up story, Jack Thompson. Whew, that was fucking tough. That shit will lower your IQ too. That was fucking tough, man. You did a good job that you don't speak English, but I don't know what the fuck you said. I think you said Jack Thompson. I think you said Jack Thompson is Jeff Olson. And I will tell you that I know Jack. I don't know how many years I know Jack. He's never admitted or told me he has another account other than Jack Thompson. Why would, yeah, I got that. I got that Warren Kuntershultz didn't want to tell me, but he would, 1,000 hours of conversation of how much Warren Kuntershultz hates the hemorrhoid, hates the insidious virus, and now he's teaming up with the enemy. That's the part that doesn't make sense, Jeff. You're a troll, dude. That makes sense. The wife doesn't know about this account. Jeff Olson, you're a troll, dude. Mrs. Hemorrhoid is just a liar like you. Yeah, that's close. So Jeff Olson, you know, you're allowed to post. You're not saying anything really wrong. But nothing that you say is provable or disprovable. But shit that I say, being that I've been on the internet for 10 years and no one's ever fucking captured me in a lie or a hoax or a scandal or a scandal. And the way I even project myself when I say it is better to give to Michael Fazio than Michael Fazio to give to anybody else. I learned that after I got to the Philippines. That's the motto of the Philippines culture. It is better to give to them than for them to give anything to you. I just flipped that around and utilized what I learned about the culture of the Philippines. And now I use that expression as part of my shtick or my show. It is better for you to give to Michael Fazio than Michael Fazio to give back to you. That is the motto, the true nature, the true culture of the Philippines. Not putting the Philippines down. You can learn something from everybody. A little bit of something here, a little bit of something there, and you come up with a show. But my shows, 10 years, no one's ever caught me lying. If I say I have plans and permits to build a hotel, that's a fucking fact. What are all of these people going to do when I start building and I start live streaming me working, building the hotel? What are you going to do then? Are you going to say it's CGI? What are you going to do when you see? Well, I wouldn't buy a used cement mixer. I would not do that. So I'm going to buy a new cement mixer. I'm not going to be able to afford the $23,000 cement mixer, but I will buy a diesel engine cement mixer. I did not want to buy a one-bag cement mixer, but that's what it looks like. And the reason I will buy a one-bag cement mixer new is because at this time in this economy, where they were once they were exactly 50,000 pesos about 4 years ago. Then they went up to 66,000 pesos, about $400 more. So they were about $1,400. But a month or so ago, I went past a one-bag cement mixer. I'm not sure if it was gasoline or diesel, but it was new, and it was the bigger tires, not the smaller tires, and it did have the universal hitch. It was 60 I think it was 61,000 pesos. So it went up. It went down from 66,000. It went down about $100. So it's like 5,000, 60,000 pesos would be $1,200. That's not so much. That I could just put on any one of my cards. And it was from a reputable deal. I didn't want to do it like that, though. I really didn't want. I really wanted to buy the bigger cement mixer, but you know, can't have everything you want. But what are you going to do when I start building? What the fuck are you going to do? Tell me what you're going to do. You're going to Fazio, CJ. What are you going to do? Call up the building inspector? They're going to come and say, "Hey, Mike, how you doing? Somebody called up, said you were doing something illegal." No, there's the permit number. There's the plans. Yeah. We know all about that. Are you doing anything illegal? No, sir. Okay, thank you. Have a nice day. What the fuck are you going to do? You're just going to be embarrassed. You're just going to embarrass yourself. Take my fucking word for it. What do you think? This is the first permit that I ever pulled in my entire life. I used to pull fucking permits with the Army Corps of Engineers, the Fish and Wildlife Administration, the New York City Building Department and Permits, Licensing Division, and Marine Sanctuary to build bulkheads. I would have to go to 4 different agencies and apply for this shit. Here, you do everything in one building, in one place. Just go from this chair here to this chair here. And this guy says, okay, this looks good. And he signs it. And then you go to the next inspector. And he looks at the electric. That's a different room. It's one room over. He looks at the electrical schematics. And it's just basic. It's fucking basic. It's not the electrical schematic that I picked out. It's not my electrical schematic that I laid out. It's not my 3-way switches. It's nothing like that. It's basic electric. Switch on, middle of the room, one switch on one wall. Period. And one outlet. And that's all you need. After that, when you start building, you put all the switches and all the outlets that you want in place. And they come and look at it. And you only put in the pipes in because it's all concrete. And after that, they say, okay, you want to have, there's no codes here, but you want to have one floor outlet 16 inches up off the floor, and you want one every 6 feet. So that means you have 1, 2 on this wall and 1 on that wall where the windows are. That's 3, 4, 5, and in the back is the bathroom, so you don't have one. So you have 5 outlets 16 inches off the floor. Then you have the switches for switched outlets. So you could have an outside light. So you have 5 switches. That's 10. Right? Then you have inside the bathroom. You have a thermal break, a ground fault breaker, and a switch for the light. And then you have a ground fault breaker and hard wire to the water heater. So now you have 10, 11, 12 outlets, right? And then you have 3 outlets on the kitchen splashboard and 1 for the kitchen light. So you have 15, 16 outlets. They say, okay, your plan says you have 1 outlet and 1 switch, but you have 16. You owe us, get this, listen to this now, you stupid fucks. This is how it works in the Philippines. You have to go to the building department now because you put 16 boxes. Oh, and the ceiling, of course, 17. You have, And if you have a ceiling fan and a light, that's 18. So let's just say you have 20. Now you put 20 boxes in, no wires are run yet. You still didn't snake your wires. You put 20 boxes. Oh, that's not a bad thing. You just decided to put 20 boxes. And then what you do is you go to the building department with a piece of paper that the inspector of the job, not the electrical inspector, the job, the general relativity inspector, the general construction inspector said, Fazio, this permit number put 20 receptacles and switch boxes in room number 1, and 20 in room number 2, and 20 in room number 3. Put 60 boxes. Are you ready for this? Fazio, you owe us $3, 150 pesos for each box that you added to the plan. And your electrical inspection is now complete. The only thing you have to do is pour the concrete and put the wires in the boxes. They check the boxes, they check the pipe or the flex hose that you got to it, whatever it is that you got, BX, Romex, whatever it is, they checked that it's there and it's going to get plastered into the wall. Now you owe us, at the time it was $3 per outlet. And then when it's all plastered in, then you can snake your wires through, or you could throw your jet line through it before and just leave the jet line hanging out. But you owe us $3. So if you put 100 boxes in, you owe them $300 extra. Not like New York City, where you have to send it through the fucking electrical inspection again. So let's go back to the comments. While the wife doesn't know about this account, Jeff Olson, you're a troll, dude. The hemorrhoid is just a liar like you. I got a feeling. All right, so Jeff Olson, all speculation, no proof. I said the same thing. The wife doesn't know about this account. Same thing. It's all, you can't prove anything the hemorrhoid says because he doesn't have a face to an account. The hemorrhoid could say anything. And the hemorrhoid could say anything, and it could be the hemorrhoid, and it might not be the hemorrhoid. Or it even could be the hemorrhoid's account, but it might not be the hemorrhoid. He could have a brother or a sister. A co-conspirator in scumbaggery, because that's what the hemorrhoid is. A low-class, low-brow scumbag. I doubt that, Jeff Olson. Warren the KUNTERSHULTZ apologized after what he did, after becoming the CEBU virus's fucking source of information. That would be a fucking long shot. But it was a possibility that I had read off in the beginning, which was so 5 hours ago, by the way. So I did sit here for 5 hours without going to the bathroom. I did sit here for 5 hours without only standing up once. I did sit here for 5 hours without eating. I did sit here for 5 hours without coughing up any phlegm or hearing a raspiness in my voice. I did sit here for 5 hours without stopping. I did sit here for 5 hours, which is more than most other bloggers could do. Now, whether or not you like that, what that shows is that I have, well, I have a healthy fucking set of lungs, for sure. I have a healthy fucking frame where I could sit here on a wooden box for 5 hours, and my back is certainly not bad. You want to see what I'm sitting on? Everybody makes fun of it, but let me just show you what I'm sitting on, just to give you an idea that a real man can sit on a wooden box for 5 hours and pontificate about anything and everything. I'll show it to you. When I stand up, I'm not going, oh, my back, oh, my, oh. None of that shit happens with the Faz, baby. Here we are. Here is what I'm sitting on for 5 hours. Let's see you people do that. Here's my box. That's it. That's my chariot. 5 hours sitting on a fucking wooden box. So apparently, I don't have any problems with my back or my legs or my lungs. You want to make fun of my box now? Let's see somebody else. So I am in relatively, decent health, all things considered. And I sat here for 5 hours. I'm not peeing on the floor. I'll tell you that's a fact. I'm not crying that my back hurts. You don't see me twitching. You don't see me twitching all over the place. You don't see me flinching or twitching or wincing in pain, or you don't see any of that shit. You don't see me walking outside because I have to have a fucking cigarette break. You don't see me do that. Well, I don't smoke anymore, so that's not part of the equation. But how many people out there that, serious question now, this is a serious question. Now, I'm not even kidding. I need a little water. That, I will tell you, I could use a little water. How many people out there could do these two things on the same fucking day? Quit smoking and go on a diet. How many people out there can quit smoking and go on a diet and lose weight the same day? Usually you quit smoking, you gain 40 pounds. I quit smoking and went on a diet and stuck to my diet. You know how much of this shit candy I have eaten? I had almost 3,000 pieces of candy. This particular one is butter caramel. I had a couple of, I haven't even eaten one of these. Not one. I had 2 lemon drop candies about a week ago. That's it. I have cookies. Oh, God. I went off my diet the other day. I'll tell you that. I have these fucking 3 cookies. 3. Let me show you how I went off my diet. I lost 5 kilos too, by the way. But let me show you, because I'm not done talking yet. I'll let you know when I'm done. And then I'm going to go back to the comments. Okay, let me show you how. So I went on a diet, and I quit smoking. And I stopped eating junk food. And I stopped eating bread and rolls. No more bread. Not one piece of bread in 5 weeks. I had not one. I cannot remember having a bread or a roll, anything. Let's see. What the fuck did I eat that had bread in it? Nothing. I had spaghetti 3 times this week. I broke a pound of spaghetti up into three portions because it was Christmas. But let me show you how I went off my diet. In 5 weeks, I had 3 packages of these cookies. Ready? Are you ready for this? There's a big break here. A big break coming up. Here it is. In your face, baby. In your face. In your face. In your face. About, what day was 25 days ago, I went on a diet and I stopped smoking. Haven't had a piece of bread or cake Haven't eaten any of those prefabricated foods that they sell in the store at all. Nothing prefabricated. Sauce, Italian sauce. I make a sauce and I eat pork, and it lasts about 4 days, the sauce, and I put about 1 kilo of pork in it. So that's my food. That's my food for 2 days. These little cookies right here, Jack and Jill cookies. There's 3 cookies in here. 1, 2, 3. And they are, this shit is pure wheat, milk product, soybean product, fish product. And that's it. That's what fucks my, I can taste, I don't taste the fish, but here's the ingredients. There's about 100 ingredients. It's all chemicals. I'll read it to you. I got nothing else to do. And you're going to have to sit here and watch this video and review this video because I don't give a fuck. So I'll read you the ingredients. I have just the thing. Ingredients. You know, that guy does that with the motorcycle like every day. It's as if he's working on his motor, like he's tuning it up, but he does it every day. Not, I don't really care about that, but he does it every day. And then he puts it away, and then later on he'll take it out for dinner. Ingredients. The ingredients for these crackers, these little Jack and Jill crackers, are biscuit-based wheat flour, vegetable fat, coconut palm, antioxidant, TBHQ. That would be Tango Bravo Hilo Quebec. That's in brackets. Sugar, cocoa, glucose, skim milk, whey cornstarch, cocoa liqueur, raisin agents, sodium bicarbonate, ammonium bicarbonate. Oh, sodium bicarbonate and ammonium bicarbonate. That must be really fucking good for your kidneys or something. Iodized salt, emulsifier. Iodized salt and emulsifier, that's 2 different things. Sugar, hydrogenated vegetable fat, palm coconut, antioxidant, again, antioxidant, Tango Bravo Hilo Quebec, animal fat, oh my God, fish oil, antioxidants, again, Tango Bravo Hilo Quebec, comma, Bravo Hilo Alpha, comma, Bravo Hilo Tango Alpha, skim milk, cocoa, dextrose, cornstarch, artificial flavors, emulsifier, soy lecithin. Oh, lecithin I know is good. Iodized salt, antioxidants, BHA, Bravo Hilo Alpha, Bravo Hilo Tango, and propel galate. Propyl galate. Fuck, man. That's the only, and I only ate 3 of these in a week, this week. So I've been on a diet. So I went on a diet, gave up bread, gave up cake, gave up cookies, except for my Jack and Jill cookies, and lost weight and quit smoking. Again, he's going to come back. He does this every day. He does, I swear to God. And the motorcycle seems to run pretty good. I don't know why he does it. I guess it's impulsive. I don't know. So, Okay, yeah. Oh, that's what we could talk about. While the wife doesn't know about this account, the hemorrhoid has many accounts. So does Warren. What the fuck is his name again? Warren KUNTERSHULTZ. Warren KUNTERSHULTZ has as many accounts as the hemorrhoid, that's for sure. And not only does he have many accounts, because it seems to me that somebody has been leaving comments on my videos that seem similar in syntax as the KUNTERSHULTZ. Somebody is pretending to be somebody else. So maybe the statement, the question that, who was it that said that the KUNTERSHULTZ is going to come up with the money, would that surprise me? That would surprise me. Good night, Jack. If Jack says it's time to say good night, it's time to say good night. Still here, host LaRue Seagrass, doing my chores. Good night, my dear friend Jack Thompson. I'm going to end the show. My friend Jack Thompson is going. Scott Scott went to sleep an hour ago. Dennis is gone. My friends are gone. Thanks, everybody, for watching. God day to everybody. Merry Christmas from Michael Fazio. I'm glad I could share some Christmas cheer with you. And God bless everyone. Like Scrooge. I watched that movie, Scrooge. God bless everyone. Tiny Tim said, I always cry when I see that movie. God bless. Because Scrooge turns around to be a great guy at the end. It's like a love story, but with Jewish people. I love that movie. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm Pink Permy from Michael Fazio, and you would be surprised. You would be surprised. Who else says good night, happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Birthday? You'd be surprised. Many people wishing me good luck with the hotel, the beginning of the hotel. I would be surprised if the money came in next week, but I would not be surprised if this bullshit continues. But I don't see why it should. I think I have cured this fucking cancerous, fucking insidious virus in CEBU, otherwise known as Joe Namath of CEBU. How am I doing? How am I fucking doing? All right, so let me bang a pot. And thanks a lot, everybody. Banging a pot, we say farewell. We say farewell. Thank you all for your super chat. Thank you for your goodwill and good cheer. If you had something to add to the show, thank you for that as well. Now you know the truth, and no one can say I'm lying because we can put large sums of money. I can wager people enough money that I have told you every factual thing I have told you is factual. I could make enough money to build 3 fucking hotels if someone wants to come on and challenge me cash-wise. They can come to the hall with a bank book and a pile of cash, and I'll fucking prove it to them in chat windows and emails and Skype accounts. I will fucking have enough money to build 3 hotels. Thank you all. Salamat. I'm Pink Permy. And thanks for watching. God day to everybody from Michael Fazio and Rabbi Jubaka in the Philippines, baby. Salamat. On the count of 5 to 0, we will say goodbye. Thank you, LaRue. 5, getting close to 4, 3, 2, 1. Umping, which means take care always in Visaya. Yeah, baby.